Good evening and a very warm welcome. This is Beer Productions. We are at Swindon, the 147 Club in Swindon, and we're here to watch Luke Stoneham versus Steve Coles. They're playing black ball rules. It's the 1st to 19, and they're just about to get the lag underway. Luke on the right-hand side of your screen, Steve on the left. Looks like Luke takes the lag. I'm Nick Finn, and this is Beer Productions, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Ben Mackey. Good evening, Ben. How are you?
Good evening, Nick. Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Good.
Should be a good game.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, obviously they're both, Luke's quite well known, but Steve's quite unknown.
Yeah.
Played before, obviously, as you probably know. So
Yeah.
Didn't show his potential, so we'll see what happens tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. I know they're both revved up for the game and looking forward to it. So more about the players as the evening goes on. We'll discuss them. And Luke, to get us underway, as I say, we're playing black ball rules. Good solid first break, but he goes dry. So early opportunity for Steve to establish himself in the frame. Looks like he's taking the long plant up in the top corner, so
perfect first shot.
Taking reds, yeah. Should open up the table as well, yeah?
Definitely.
Yeah, and that looks like a sterling opportunity for very early doors.
Confident first shot.
Yeah, and this is the kind of opportunity you would have been looking for as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ask for much more off your... I mean, this is just about connecting the dots now. So a great chance. But early doors, so anything can happen. As I say, we're here at the 147 Club, which is in Swindon. Really good venue. Ever been here before?
No, I was just about to say I've never been up here before. I know Charlie, obviously we've come up with from Weymouth, Charlie McKinley. I know he's due to be playing Dennis Hearn up here, so obviously he's quite excited after seeing the venue.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And the table is, I have to say, looks pretty fantastic. We had just a little knock up before the game, and the cloth's beautiful. I think they were just worried about a little roll off down the rail a minute ago, but I think that may have been sorted.
Yeah, I think it was just something under the cloth, to be honest with you. Obviously it's been cleaned and ironed, so obviously they just sorted that out, and it's fine now.
Excellent, yeah, it should be a perfect table. And Steve navigating his way through these shots. I mean, it's, as I say, there's no dangers there. It's just about good position there.
Definitely, get your foot in front.
Yeah.
Great start.
Would have wanted to get into that one a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bit of a sticky elbow in the early stages of the game.
Can drop off this one in middle, just onto the other middle then, even if he runs through a bit far. So it goes in top still, so.
So yeah, really good venue. Interesting choice of venue as well, because neither player really lives around this area. So Steve's from Weymouth.
Yep.
And Luke lives in Hampshire. So.
Yeah, Melksham, I think.
Yeah. Somewhere
around there. So yeah, sort of bit. To be honest with you, neutral venue, obviously a bit closer to Luke, but yeah, it's the best way to sort of to do a a return match, because I don't think there's that many clubs around the Melksham area, to be honest. I think it's the best for the facilities.
Let's say we'll get this first frame under our belt, and Steve just trying to work out his position. He's just run out a little bit, just overhit the last one.
I think he's got to be dropping it in top. I think he's going too close to the other red, onto the top cushion with the white if he plays it in middle.
Yeah, the natural line is taken in to the left of the red, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Potentially not. Stunned it, missed it.
There you go. So not an easy opportunity for Luke, but he'll be happy to be at the table. Get himself established in the frame. May well see him try and duck for cover because there's nothing simple, no openers.
The ball on the top rail makes it very awkward for him to look to do anything. So
yeah, so just drop on it. I mean, and certainly now he's pushed the black safe. We may see him just nudge this one over the side rail and standing behind the yellow, perhaps.
Definitely.
Seems like a shot. Of course, they're playing black ball as well today, so should see quite an attacking game. None of this 9-hour session that we had at Plymouth
I heard
recently. What a game that was.
Earned your money that night.
Oh, wow. Did you watch any of that?
I was flicking through because I was out at the time. Was out for a meal, so I did. I got told off a couple of times at the table for getting my mobile out. So, but yeah, it was a cracking game from what I've heard, and one frame in it at the end to go that way.
Absolutely, yeah. One frame for 15,000 is a bit heavy.
On all accounts, I heard Max took them pretty well.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the decider.
The deciding frame was very good. Max really did the business in that one under pressure.
He seems to thrive under it. He loves it.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no question about that. You don't see him tweak too often. No. Interestingly, Luke just tried to move the ball off the side rail, so still going for the attack, but again, may well try that safety. Yeah.
Might have the one cushion here, but I don't know if he's blocked it with the way he's got it quite tight to the yellow.
Yeah, and of course in black ball rules with the two shots not carrying, even if he manages to get two shots here, then
you're always under the pressure.
Yeah, it's still not the easiest because he's got two bad balls and he obviously is going to struggle to move them with one shot.
He's played a good shot there. Got his red out in the open and obviously kept his yellow tight to the thing with the black going.
So looking to hide again. He's underhit that one by some margin.
Big area to hit there. Surprised he hasn't, to be honest. First frame nerves.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah, and probably why he's not going for it there.
Yeah, with the black tide where it is, for sure.
Not ideal where he's left the white, but...
No. Luke may be trying to just take the bag here and buy himself some time.
One of the few times you'll see Luke cover a pocket.
Yeah.
Attacking player.
You don't see. You don't expect to see that too many times today.
No.
So for anyone joining us, you're joining us in the first frame of Luke Stoneham versus Steve Coles. We're at the 147 Club in Swindon. They're playing for a £3,000 pot. There's black ball rules, first to 19. Starting all level, no starts. This is a rematch, as we mentioned earlier. They played about 3 months ago, I think.
I can't remember how long ago it was, to be honest with you. I think it was only a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't too far back along the line.
Significantly smaller pot, played for 600, but Luke took the honours. Steve was saying earlier that the game was off and he kind of went out and got drunk, and then the following morning the game was back on again. He didn't feel prepared for it, so
he was telling us on the way up he's just reeled him in for 300 in the earlier game, and now he'll take him. But we'll see. He's in a lot of trouble here with the black in the position it's in.
Yeah, is there value in him now trying to take that bag?
To be honest with you, not really at these rules. Like myself, as you know, I'm a world rules player, so obviously there is value in taking pockets. But in blackball, there's not. Obviously, with the amount, the skill shots that are available.
Sure.
But as you said, it just depends on them taking the opportunities when they arrive.
Yeah. So for you guys watching, then please feel free to let us have your predictions, even if you don't know the opponents. Just have a guess at it. Why not? We'd love to hear from you in the chat box. It's all quiet out there at the moment, so.
He needs to look at getting a red down here. He needs to up and down double just to get a red near this bottom right pocket.
Yeah, get it in the mix.
Yeah. And get it around his yellows, giving him an opportunity to develop the black at a later stage. Which is what he's done. He's put it down at the bottom of the table. Covers the yellows. Good shot.
Yeah, that works pretty well.
See here now, he's got to be covering this bottom right pocket.
Yeah, it's kind of left him the perfect opportunity. He really didn't want that kiss on the red.
Almost put him back in control of the frame. It's a great shot.
Luke having to give this one some real thought.
He's he's in a bit of trouble here. It's a great shot from Steve there. Probably not the shot I'd have played myself.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He had a bit of security with that red being there. I know he would have knocked it out next shot, but with the black being safe as well.
Yeah.
Each to their own.
Two shots.
Sorry about that, guys. Slight interruption at our end, not at yours, so we apologise for that. And you missed a bit of a key shot as well when Steve went in off, and Luke used his two shots, his first shot to split the yellows up. They went fairly nicely, and he did the business and cleared it up. So there we go, 1-0 to Luke. And again, apologies for that. We had a small technical error, which hopefully should be sorted now. Our engineers are on the case.
Yeah.
Steve, the break. There we go, guys. Again, apologies for that. We just had a few technical problems that we had to sort out, but I think we're back, and that should be the end of that, and we're back with you for the rest of the evening. So, where are we? We are at the 147 Club at Swindon, watching Luke Stoneham versus Steve Coles. Both 38 years old. Luke Stoneham 38, and he's from lives in Hampshire. He's a sales manager for a publisher in Bristol, magazine publisher. And his partner's Cara, and he's got 2 sons, Josh and Jack. And his opponent is Steve Coles, 38 years old, from Weymouth. He's getting married next month. His business is renewable energy. No kids yet, but he'll be working on that very shortly as he's getting married next month, I'm sure.
Good shot, Colesy.
And we got a question in from Daniel Love, asking for the main differences between World Rules and Black Ball. I'm taking it from that you know World Rules and you don't know Black Ball, or are you just asking for the main differences? I mean, World Rules, with the World Rules, your 2 shots carry. In Black Ball rules, you get 2 shots, but your first shot, your second shot doesn't carry. So basically, with your first shot, you end up trying to play it tactically, trying to move your difficult balls out or put one of your opponent's balls in difficulty. You also get a free ball. It's similar to EPA, where you have to try and get out of a snooker, whereas so there's no deliberate fouls basically. And also there's such a thing as a skill shot, which I'll let Ben explain.
Well, skill shots, obviously, when you put one of your own balls, but as well as one of your opponent's balls. Black ball, as you know, as Shane Thompson referred to as me in the last game, a bit of a black ball banger, apparently, when I actually mainly play World Rules. World Rules is more of a thinker's game. There's more of a tactical edge to it, to be honest with you. In Black Ball, there's snookers that you can lay, and as I said, obviously your 2 shots don't carry. So it's putting pressure on them at the later end of the dish when you potentially do give 2 shots away.
What are the other kind of key differences between the two then?
I just think Black Ball's a lot more attacking. It suits an attacking player.
Is it really because, within World Rules, you're more, because of the deliberate foul, you're more inclined to try and claim pockets, and it ends up getting a bit of a fudge fest?
In World Rules, you know where you stand if you cover a pocket.
Yeah.
Whereas Black Ball, you don't.
Yeah.
You can have someone crash around the table in Black Ball. You can just have them cannon into balls left, right, and centre. Unless the white goes in, as long as they pot their ball, they're not in any danger.
That's right. Yeah. So you're not worried about knocking one of your opponent's balls in. It gives you that kind of freedom.
Yeah.
And of course, you may see some shots later on. I mean, if a player does cover a pocket, what you'll see is the skill shot brought in then, whereby they'll try and pop their opponent's ball, and then as long as their own ball follows it in, then it's a legal shot.
That's correct.
And that's a shot that's used reasonably often. You'll also see, if you've got a ball over the pocket and your opponent's got a ball over the pocket that you want to clear out the way, then you may see him try and pop both off of one shot. The way I describe it, it's kind of a mashup between World Rules and EPA. It kind of takes the best bits out of both of them, and creates a more attacking style.
A lot of people are saying that Blackpool's the way forward now. Obviously, the World Championships for World Rules is actually just gone, and the attendance for the final that was streamed apparently was appalling. There was hardly anyone there. There's empty seats, which in years gone by has not been the case. It's always been jam-packed. And that potentially, you know, people like Gareth Potts, that's why they might not be there anymore. They're away playing their Chinese 8-ball and everything.
Yeah. I did interview both of the players before the game, and we'll discuss more about the players throughout the evening. I mean, Ben, you're friends with Steve. You've travelled up with him from Weymouth, yeah?
Yep, that's correct. I've known him. I used to work for him in London because he actually lives in London, but he's initially from he's initially a Weymouth boy. He's got a lot of family down there, so he's actually quite continuously down there at weekends.
Yeah.
So yeah. I also have met Luke a few times from his numerous ventures down to Snooks for money matches. So yeah, you know, both nice lads.
Yeah, quite an established snooker player in his time.
Yeah, I've heard that he's knocked in 100 breaks, so you can understand why he probably doesn't miss a lot.
Yeah.
And he looks very focused tonight.
Thanks, Daniel. I mean, if you've got any further questions as the game goes on, if there's something a bit unusual, then please let us know. Then we'll try and talk through each situation. And anyone who's recently joining us, please don't forget to give us a like on the Facebook page, because you'll keep up to date with all of our upcoming events. It's always good to get likes on Facebook. Also lets your friends know about us as well, so does us a lot of favours.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, piling the pressure back on. No real opening for Steve.
To be honest, I'm looking at this ball over the bottom right pocket. If he half balls it, it could be going close to the two yellows, get him stuck on there and leave him the only option of the one on the right cushion. A bit thick, but he's done well in covering the red on the right hand side. It's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot at that pace on this table. I was just having a knockabout on it myself earlier, and the pockets just seem a tiny bit tight. I'm not sure if it was just my bad play or whether...
I don't think you can get any tighter than Spenny's these days. The tables up there are,
That's true, yeah.
are unreal.
Yeah, I think Craig Lakin said a similar thing when he played on it.
Yeah, he's not lying. They're very tight.
So the 147 Club in Swindon will give you a bit of a pan around later on. We'll get George on the roving camera and give you a little look. But looks to be there's two rooms. And it seems like the back room's got several snooker tables in it. And the front room dedicated to pool, and I can see at least 5 tables that are currently covered up. So pool's off this evening, off the menu for this money match.
No, one table in the left-hand corner.
Yeah, there's one table going on.
I was hoping to get a bit of practice later on, but... Again, he can get him in a bit of trouble here. If he half balls off of this, the second yellow down, could look at maybe a bit thicker than half ball. Could look at going in behind the yellow on the right hand cushion. I think it's the only shot he's got really.
Yeah, kind of opens up all of his balls as well. If he
can go for the pot, but obviously his early doors he's still not obviously flowing, so it's quite a way up.
Equally with the reds where they are, the safety might be just as difficult as the pot, so he may just decide to go for it. But
shot to nothing there on the yellow. Striked it.
Looks pretty good. I mean, it's
Not sure if he can clip the red.
it's a precarious clip if he does. But then again, he doesn't need to do too much with the white. So just keep it on the table, and he should have a shot.
Yeah, if he goes for it in mid, I think it's going quite tight to top pocket. Pretty straightforward from here. Should be looking at 2-0 Luke Stoneham.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do much here. Just stand back 18 inches and he'll be in prime position. So there we go, 2-0 to Luke. He'll be happy with that start because Steve's had chances in both of the frames so far. So Luke Stoneham, as we say, 38 years old, from originally from Chippenham, now lives in Hampshire. Plays for Wiltshire still, so his heart and soul's here, and that's one of the reasons that he chose this venue. He started playing at 14 years old. His dad's friend got him into the game, and he left school at 17 to become a snooker professional. And he played. He was a sponsor professional. Played between the ages 17 and 19, but just wasn't really good enough. He was his best mate is Stephen Lee, who he played with pretty much every day for about 2 years. When Stephen first became a professional player, Luke was up in Blackpool for 3 months with him, just being his mate and keeping his head level. And he quite a good influence to have in your life.
Definitely.
Well,
I was just about to say, I wonder if he let Luke win for a fiver or not when they were younger, but I'm not sure.
But
no,
an absolute class player. But certainly got the pedigree. You know, early
like
doors.
you said, if you're going to be around people like Stephen Lee who don't miss, it makes you into a better player. And like you said, if you're around the best, it's going to make you a better player, which is what you've got to practice with. So yeah.
And of his accolades, he has just recently made the England team, the Black Bulls England team. You need to finish in the top 10 within your area. He finished top 10, and then he trialled recently in Reading, and he got through into the England team. And he's playing in Killarney, going over to Killarney with the team on September the 2nd. So he's really looking forward to that. I think he's kind of thrilled by getting into that scene, into that team. And into that scene.
Looks like it's given him a different level of confidence, because like I said, I've seen him play quite a few times before, and he looks like a different player nowadays.
And Steve Coles from Weymouth, 38 years old. As I say, he's getting married next month and off on his honeymoon to Vegas on Wednesday. So looking forward to a bit of party over in Vegas and hoping to take a bit of extra spending money with him. He started playing at 15 years old. Played county world rules, and then he had a long break between the age of 27 and 37 when he moved to London for his business, and he's only been playing for about 7 or 8 months back in the game, so really just finding his feet again in the game.
Definitely. I know he's bought 2 new cues recently. When he first started, he bought the John Paris he's playing with, but more recently, within sort of the last few months, he's actually bought a Jason Owen.
Oh, yeah.
Which, as I said, he used last time when he played Luke, but he wasn't fully comfortable with it. Like I said, because it was for a couple hundred. He thought he'd chance it, but he's gone back to what he knows for tonight for a bit more money.
Stoneham.
So talking pool, did you watch much of the Masters this week?
No, not
No?
really. No,
Not
I've
seen
been
any?
working all week. I've been pretty busy, so no, I didn't get a chance to see it. I flicked over for the world final to see Nigel Clark. I used to play in the England team with Nigel, so I was
Yeah.
quite chuffed for him. You know, for him to get to the final. Unfortunately, didn't produce his best pool, but playing against Mick Hill, you know, you're not going to.
Came up against a bit of a monster there, didn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, Mick Hill beating Tom Cousins in the semi-final, that just gave him so much confidence to move on. But I don't think Mick needs any confidence. I just think the guy just seems like a machine. His positional play is just outstanding.
Yeah, I was surprised with obviously, you know, the jump up to the 8-foot table. Obviously, Nigel, as I said, he's quite a young lad. I was wondering how they would deal with the jump up to the 8-foot, and obviously beating Adam Davis in the quarterfinals as he did, and Michael Hope being a top player as well now, beating him in the semis. But I imagine Nigel's got through the quarters thinking, you know, Michael Hope, he's a good player, but he knows Michael, so he's got a great opportunity there, and obviously he took it with both hands. So. Yeah, no, I was very thrilled for him to get to the final.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, I'm sure he would have. He would have gone into it a bit daunted, almost knowing you're going to play Mick. I mean, I haven't seen Mick Hill play extensively, but I've seen him play enough to know that he just doesn't turn out many bad sessions.
The thing is, when you've got a Tom Cousins, who won the last 2 World Championships. In the betting at 5-1, you've got Mick Hill at 7-2. You know he's like you say, some kind of monster. So
yeah. And of course, the England team did the business against Scotland in the final.
Yeah, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't seen that. I saw they went 3-1 down.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
they went down, but I haven't seen the actual footage yet. But you know, congratulations.
Oh, it was, great stuff. I mean, they played well against Malta.
Was that in the semi?
In the semi, yeah. And Scotland beat Wales fairly convincingly, if I remember rightly. And the final, it's from being 3-1 down, they almost won it quite convincingly at the end. It was almost a bit of a counter.
Said I'm surprised I haven't heard from Shane since, because
But some, you know, what players in the team, you know, Jack Popel, Jake Thompson, Ben Flack.
We were discussing this on the way down because.
Good evening to Mr. Tom Clothier. How are you this evening, sir? One of our regular viewers. Hope you're enjoying the feed, and we hope it's coming loud and clear and a nice crisp picture for you. In fact, I personally missed the final, and I missed much of the Mick Hill game as well because I was fairly busy at work too, and I just managed to find time to watch them both today because they're both still on live stream.
Okay.
So yeah, worth a look.
Definitely. Looks like he's finding a bit of a different gear, eh?
Yeah, where does the black go?
Well, looking potentially a skill shot off through the yellow, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, is that
a double?
A bit too risky?
I'm not sure how deep it's in the pocket. It doesn't look that deep, so maybe it's not the best option. Just top it through and play the double in the same pocket as you're going to pop the red in.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Play it thin and glance it off the yellow into the bottom left. Very difficult shot, but I think that's all he's got. I was quite surprised he's played it that way, to be honest. I think he's a bit disappointed in himself for where he's ended up.
So anybody recently joining us, This is Beer Productions. We're at the Swindon 147 Club and we're watching Luke Stoneham versus Steve Coles. Race to 19 Black Ball rules. Going back to talking about Luke, make a mention to his two sons, Josh and Jack, and how he was saying how proud he was of them both. And his eldest son recently made the England under-15 A team at 12 years old.
Following his dad's footsteps.
Yeah, and he recently retained his place with a 59% hit rate. So, yeah, really doing well. Both made the England team quite recently, but to be playing in the England under-15s at 12 years old is some achievement. And as I say, Dad very proud.
He's just given me a look as if he doesn't know what he's done there. Chance of being off in middle, but he'd be a very lucky boy if it's the case.
Yeah, controlled the cue ball well. So yeah, 3-0, and Steve will be looking to establish himself in this match fairly soon.
Yeah, he's been given the first frame. Luke has, and obviously that one there. Needs to be starting taking chances, otherwise, he might run off with it.
Our referee today is Jason, otherwise known as Sonic. Quite a popular face on the local scene, I believe. Your producer today is the bearded one, Paul, and George is on the roving camera. Well,
disappeared.
George is supposed to be on the roving camera. He's disappeared for the propping up the bar again. George is back in the seat, giving us a bit of a guided tour of the club. There you go. There's the other pool table that's currently on. A little circuit of the club. There's a door to the back of the club with some more snooker tables out there. Yeah, good club actually. Awkward to find.
Very. We had to ring Luke. We were in the middle of town.
Yeah.
His description wasn't very helpful. So
I parked in the middle of town and then had to walk all the way out here. I thought, oh, I'm not going to move my car again because I already paid for it.
Yeah, we got here in the end.
Yeah, you'd have to know it was here. You wouldn't. It's not a place that you'd
definitely.
ever walk past.
Behind, it's sort of in the middle of an industrial estate.
Yeah, it looks like it's in the middle of a warehouse.
Yeah, that's the way Luke described it. He said warehouses. So
Yeah.
well, okay. So we got there in the end.
Yeah, glad we found it. As I say, it's a good club. And it looks like they have a number of events. They've got a Ken Doherty exhibition soon with John Virgo.
Bit of big break. John Virgo.
Yeah. And Luke right in amongst them again. Awkward ball on the towards the right-hand side.
I'm not sure if that goes in middle. It looks like it may.
Yeah, well, he seems to have played for that,
Dropped
so
on
yeah.
it. Any awkward balls, the black. Yeah, Steve needs to get a frame on the board as soon as he can. Otherwise, like you said, it might slip away from him. Being the away player, it's never easy to settle into.
No,
Obviously
no.
I know it's not Luke's club, but he's probably been here most of the afternoon, so yeah, it's not easy to settle.
So again, looks like he's Maybe just got a touch too much angle on the one in the middle, so electing to come down the table. And that looks pretty much perfect.
Cueing the ball very well.
Yeah. Yeah, very confident shot.
It does look in the zone, to be fair.
Just to move around 2 cushions and just looking at the angle he wants now. He's obviously got a design for the black, but I'm not quite sure what it is at the moment.
It's puzzling me.
He's not left himself a huge amount of angle here.
Again,
probably
screw back and play the double in the same pocket.
Yeah, could be. Unless he's looking at whether the black goes off the red.
Red, yeah.
That might be an option, but it looks well from the TV angle, from the angle we had a second ago. It looked like a decent option, but looking at it from that angle, it just doesn't look to be on.
No, I think he might want to come back a few more inches. I would have probably looked at trying to play the double off into a middle. You're always better off playing the double into the middle. So.
And that's
it looks like what
that's
he's
certainly
done.
what he's going for.
It's a bottom.
It's unusual because I mean, whether he had this as a plan all the way through.
Played it off the red.
I mean, a lot of players, the one thing I did notice about Mick Hill the other day, if he has a problem ball, he will attack it from the first shot.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do, because obviously where you've got the more options on the table, it's the easiest way to go about it. Try and get it out, and so you've got more chance of landing on another ball if that one doesn't come available. He needs to be making these stick and getting this frame on the board.
Yeah, for sure. This is one that he needs to.
Perfect position. It's the ideal position for a pool player to be in.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing too tricky here. There's only the black, and that just drops up the rail. So
it's always nice when your opponent goes for it and then leaves the black, and you've got 7 balls sat on the table.
Yeah.
But again, he's
maybe just cut one of his options. He's going to have to come back down the table now.
Bit loose with the white ball.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's just getting used to the table still.
Yeah, it's a very new cloth.
It looks. I said the table when we walked in looked tremendous. And obviously, it looks like he's playing very well as well. So, fair play to the club. They've done very well. It's rolling up. He's not got it.
No.
Left him on the double.
But unusual option anyway. I mean,
the thing is, when you come away to a venue and you're 3-0 down, you're going to be a bit negative. You're going to, especially when you haven't got the frame on the board.
Yeah, sure.
So you just want that frame on the board.
Just
you want to
needs
make
his
sure.
confidence.
Correct. If he gets this, it will hurt. So he needs to be making these now. But look again, the plaque's gone quite nicely on the rail, sort of 2/3 up, just over halfway up. But I think it'll be snookering him here again.
Yeah,
Get the
I mean the black where it was a minute ago. I mean, it was a reason. It wasn't too difficult to pop, but now it's gone horribly.
Yeah, correct.
Equidistant between centre and corner bag, and doesn't really go anywhere.
That's the shot. It's a great shot.
Yeah. And of course, black ball rules. There's no deliberate foul, so Luke has to make a valid attempt to try and get out of this snooker.
If he gives him the 2, he's just nudging the black out, isn't he?
Yeah,
with the free ball.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, if he makes contact, he's going to be bringing the black out. Chances are, unless he can play it at dead weight.
Well, that's the only way you can go for it. It's the only way he's not going to leave him a shot if he plays at dead weight.
Good evening to Rhino. Welcome to this game.
2 visits.
So there we go. 2 visits, and you will see Steve. He takes ball in hand, and he will just be moving this black with his first shot. And yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to Rhino for letting us have this game tonight. Very good of you.
Bounce.
Do you think he took a bit of a risk there?
To be honest with you, I would have just nudged the black out personally myself
Yeah.
with the red being over the top right.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's someone that's, you know, he's not found his feet yet. He's struggling a little bit.
Well, the other key for me is when I spoke to him before the game, he said that he doesn't really play a lot of black ball. He doesn't really like the black ball rules.
No, he plays Blackpool County, but that's probably purely for easiness because it's out of Snooks Weymouth. So, like you said, it's probably more just because he's there and that's what they do. Because I don't think on the side of World Rules that the Dorset side are that great. But myself, again, being a World Rules player, but because I live in Weymouth, we play the Black Ball rules, but not necessarily the rules we like. But he stroked that in nicely, confidently.
Yeah, very good actually. It's you know, his confidence would have been knocked again when he just overhit the shot before, but just got down to the table and played that very well.
Stroke it in. There you go.
Yeah, he's cued those couple of balls a lot better.
Take your time, I'm confident here.
Looks pretty easy from that angle. But of course they never are. And that one certainly wiped his feet. So well played to Steve. Gets himself on the scoreboard at 3-1. And good evening to David Roberts. Welcome to Beer Productions feed. Yeah, I probably tend to agree with that one. Rhino mentioning the when Steve had the two shots, maybe just leave the ball where it was and just nudge it out into the open. He didn't really
the black.
need to.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's just early match nerves. He's 3-0 down. He just needs to get a frame on the board like he's done there. I'm sure we'll see him settle within the next couple of frames and hopefully start taking his game to Luke.
And the other noticeable thing about this, it's a very warm evening. I mean, I'm warm just sat down watching the game. I can imagine the players must be pretty hot by now.
Definitely. There's not any fans in here either, is there? I thought there might
No.
have. But they got the doors wide open.
There's one large fan behind
He's got
us.
one behind, but yeah, the doors are wide open from the front, so it's not too bad. He sent the water boy to get him a drink, so yeah, he's all right.
And Luke got us underway in the 5th frame, and he's broken dry again. Left it a little bit messy, but red seem...
I'm looking at this, the two reds on the left-hand side, but they're planting bottom pocket.
It looks like they probably do. I don't know if we can...
plant from there, it looks like they do.
Yeah.
One good shot here, he could be in the open.
It looks like we're... maybe just has to make it slightly, but it's certainly there.
Yeah, I was going to say that about the referee. It's one shot, one visit after my experience with Max and Craig Lakin in the ref side of it. It's not technically called 2 visits, but obviously everyone knows the rules here tonight. So.
Yeah.
That's a good shot. There you go.
Yeah, very nice. And suddenly the table's open right up.
Quite appetising now.
Yeah, it just needs to make sure he gets right position here, because obviously there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
So
I was going to ask if that went in there, because if he stuns it across, nudges the yellow onto the rail, he's should be home sailing. But you said it's early doors for him yet. Good evening, Luke Perry from Poole. He's looking a little bit more settled now, I must say.
Yeah, playing with
a bit more assertive.
A bit more confidence for sure. Again, it's just not a absolute straightforward roadmap because there's so much traffic in the way. He has to think about where the black's going to go. The black.
Yeah. I don't think the black goes in the bottom right here.
No.
No.
No. And maybe hamper to the middle as well. I'm not to the middle right. I'm not sure.
Potentially.
May just go under it.
Potentially come off sort of 2, maybe 3 cushions around here. Look at getting on this one in the bottom here, because I think the black over the red over the right middle is his last ball. Like that is the perfect shot.
Yeah.
And he's even got it out.
Played that very, very confidently.
Yeah. So if he needs to be standing back about 6 inch, 5 inches here, leaving himself the rolling into the middle.
Yeah, he suddenly made the game fairly easy for himself. He just needs to avoid hiding the white behind the black, and he should be home.
You'd rather underplay it than overhit it. That's it. He's perfect. Striking it with confidence now.
And there you got the perfect angle. And really just a couple of drop-ins.
Yeah. Drop in, stun it, just drop the black in.
Just looking at where he wants to be, settling himself, doing the wise thing.
There you go.
I will try and remember that next time, Viv, but I'm so used to saying 2 visits, I probably will continue to get it wrong throughout this evening.
I think even the referee's been saying 2 visits. I think that might be what he's on about.
Yeah. What's the correct phrasing for the ref then? Is it
one
ball
shot,
in hand?
1 shot, 1 visit.
Is it?
Yeah, because obviously it's your free shot, and then you've got a visit left. He just might be able to show me how to rack them up afterwards, so then, learn something new every day.
There we go.
Very confident.
Yeah, that's going
to
really get his confidence up, pulling the scoreline back to 3-2. At a point where it looked like it might just be running away from him. He looked like he was kind of wading through mud in the first couple of frames, but good to see him get his confidence up.
Definitely, the key shot there was the red into the top right. Coming off 2 cushions, nudging the black out as he did, landed perfect.
So as we said, Luke Stoneham recently made the England team in black ball rules and off to Killarney on the 2nd of September with the team. But his proudest moment is the county final for snooker, and also making his first century at 16 years old. So quite an impressive early snooker career. As I say, he did go pro for a couple of years as a sponsored pro. Gave it about 18 months, but then realised that he just wasn't quite the grade that he needed to be. He said the centuries don't come quite as easy nowadays. It's the last one was about a year ago where he hit 114. And also from Steve's perspective, he's some of his proudest moments, but they date back quite some time, because as I mentioned, he had a 10-year gap between 27 and 37 and only really come back to the game in the last 6 or 8 months. But back in the day, he was Player of the Year for Dorset. And he also played a lot in the same team as Keith Brewer. Says he learnt a lot from those days.
Tactics, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Excuse me if I indulge myself by saying good luck to my my interleague team tonight. They're playing in Yeovil, playing at the Arrow in Yeovil, the Aristotles. I'm missing that game tonight, and it's probably the biggest game of our season. So, unfortunately, not there for that one. But
you're not in the good books.
Best of luck to the boys. Hopefully they'll keep me updated on how progress is going. So, as I say, we've got a pretty big game tonight. Tom, they have got Dipper's team. So you're talking Carl Hainsworth and Chris Bart-Jones, Steve Maynard, etc. So very strong team.
Is that Yeovil?
They play out of.
They used to, didn't they? Out of Yeovil.
Yeah,
somewhere.
but they're. I think they're Langport now. They're
Are they?
towards Langport. Yeah.
Ah.
Last season they were at Martock, and I think they've moved out to Langport.
Yeah, I had a season at Radstock in England when I lived in Somerset. So yeah.
Yeah, they think it's a one-horse race, but we're trying to prove them wrong tonight. I think I could be mistaken, but I think they're top and we're second. I think I'm not sure. I'm maybe doing another team a disservice there.
Also intrigued to know what the Josh Corkett score is.
Indeed, I am as well, because I have a small investment on that game tonight. So, here we go. Oh, Josh Corkett is 5-1 down.
5-1 down. Ooh,
Yes.
I wouldn't have said that if you said from the start, but it's a long way to go yet. Especially with it being his home venue.
His opponent, I'm not sure who's he playing.
Russell Frame.
Ah, yeah, Russ Frame. He's broken cleared twice, and he's cleared out of Josh's dry break. So yeah, currently 5-1 down. And Russ Frame, he played
Josh Durant, or he got beat quite heavily recently by Jeremy Hooper.
Jeremy Hooper. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I watched Josh when he played Terry, because I had a little dabble in that.
Yeah.
With it being Josh's home club, I fancied Josh, because I said I've known him for quite a few years through the England team, and he did the business that night. But his break was massive, so if he's struggling with the break, yeah, he needs to get that sorted.
Yeah, two class players, so should be quite a tight game. But 5-1 down, he will be reeling from that one at the moment. So.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was hoping for some extra investment in my game tomorrow if Josh wins that. I know the Bridgewater boys will be up a few more quid. They've been doing quite well recently. So.
And who are you playing tomorrow?
Hayden Pinney from Plymouth.
Hayden Pinney.
Yes.
From
Plymouth.
Plymouth.
Yeah, Pocket Rocket, he's known as. So yeah, I'm in for a very tough game.
Looking forward to it then.
Player. Yeah, definitely. You know, everyone's got their weaknesses. So
Yeah,
hopefully
What's the pot in that one?
6,000.
Wow.
So yeah, it's
Pretty big game.
potentially if the results go the right way tonight. Because I know there's a couple of games going on in Oakland, and obviously the Corkett game.
Yeah.
Which quite a few of our backers have got money in. If it goes well tonight, it might be for a few more thousand, hopefully, but who knows.
Yeah, we need to get beer productions down to Spennings for that one, don't we? You know?
Paul's just said he'll do it for free, so all right. For free beer and food. Bishop won't mind. Ginger beer. Non-alcoholic.
So Luke with a few problems on his hand. Tried to waste his first visit there. Well, not waste his first visit, but use his first visit to get the red in the open and knock the black out at the same time. But he's just put it on the rail. Shouldn't be that much of a problem. If he can get near it, he's got a big pocket down in the bottom left. So if he can get some kind of shape on it, should be okay.
Black must go in top right.
Yeah, but
or in the middle.
a little bit close to the rail now. He may struggle to get out
To
up
get
the
back
table.
up the table, yeah.
Oh.
In off.
Yeah, and now he's. I mentioned this fairly big pocket down in the bottom right, so not too much to do with the.
He's got to try and hold the white though, or get the other side of it.
Yeah.
Or crash into the the yellow and black. Like that.
Yeah, very, very well cued. And I did say to Luke earlier that I give his boys a shout out because they are watching the stream. So good evening to Josh and Jack. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far.
What time is bedtime?
Yeah, well, not for a while yet, I don't think. Hopefully they'll be glued to it and watching him take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah.
So there you go. So how do you think your dad's going to get on tonight? Any score predictions are welcome.
I think he's going all the way.
Not sure what if that comment was aimed at us, Rhino. In respect of the picture, hopefully things aren't lagging. If there is a problem, let us know. So Luke gets us under the way for the next frame, and unfortunately for him, bounces the white ball straight off the table. A little bit unfortunate, didn't seem to do anything different than he normally did. So a free shot for Steve. Probably will be looking at developing the red. I mean, if he's going to go reds, which seemed the ball to go for, he may be looking to develop the red towards the left-hand side of the table, surrounded by the two yellows. The picture's back, so I take it went for a couple of seconds. We haven't had any warnings at our end, so hopefully it's coming okay. Colin Burns thinks that Steve's going to win by 3, so 19-16. Yeah, and attacking that ball with his first shot. Bit unfortunate because having got that one out, he's put 2 other reds safe. So still a free table. No real yellows in the open, so you can see him probably sticking with reds here. Albeit you've got the bit of the conundrum down on the right hand side with the yellow behind the red now, so just made it a bit awkward for himself. And sometimes I think I was commentating with who was I commentating with? Maybe Shane Thompson recently, where Shane was saying that, you know, sometimes that extra shot can be a bit of a bane. Because you feel obliged to get your ball out, and as you saw what happened there, he got his ball out and just pushed another couple of safes. So Luke in the driving seat. Unfortunately, no, David. The Pinhay game is currently not streamed tomorrow. So it's a shame, because it's a game that we'd all like to see, but neither player particularly wanted it streamed. So Ben's out of the chair at the moment, so I can talk about him behind his back. I won't put him on the spot. But no, for whatever reason, they decided that they'd rather not. Unless there's some willing volunteers on the stream tonight that want to put the money up to see it getting streamed. I'm sure they would happily have it streamed. They just weren't prepared to pay for it. Which is unfortunate. And also, guys, don't forget, if any of you are interested in advertising at any time, then feel free to get in touch with us. We do some extremely affordable and competitive rates. It's affordable even if you just want to get your name up on the stream for a bit of kudos. We don't charge very much at all. Just get hold of Beer Productions, and Paul will duly oblige. We're always up for a little bit of advertising. Get your name, your business up on the stream. You'll be surprised how affordable it is. So just make inquiries through the Facebook page. A bit of other news from Spenny's. Apparently, my information source is not good. That was Rob Lawrence getting fed a line from Terry Humphreys. Apparently, the game's only just started. It's not 5-1.
Well, yeah, that's going.
Sounds like the kind of thing that Terry would come out with. Cheers, Terry. Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's the next one to be streamed from Spenny's. Me and Terry.
Yeah.
I think it's in the pipeline.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I was hoping that game might happen.
Yeah, well, everyone's been talking about me and Josh playing, but obviously Terry was there first, and obviously they've played each other. So
I think it's a great matchup.
Yeah.
I think it's a great matchup. We definitely want to see that game for sure. And also, I see there's a lot of talk this week about a really exciting matchup.
Max and
Mike King. Max Nosko versus Mike King. I mean, that is a game probably only second to Max against Oli that everybody wants to see.
Me and Mike had words earlier because he's been trying to burgle a game out of me for months, I've heard he's an absolute machine. So I've steered clear of him.
Well, I wish I wanted to go to the game that he played at Gloucester. I mean, I think at one point I might be doing his opponent a disservice, but he was playing Colm Evans, and I think at one point he was 12-2 up. I know it was
23-12
and he barely,
or something.
barely missed the ball. And I think that Colm did quite well to come back in the game. I'm not sure. I think it might have finished like 23-16 or something. But
I think it was a bit shorter than that.
Was it?
I do, yeah. I'm not 100% because I didn't watch the game, but I'm pretty sure it was quite a bit shorter than that. I know because I think it was around about 8,000 to win that and do what he did. I think it was. 3-0 Josh. Is that correct? We believe in that? We believe in
I
that?
have absolutely no idea what to believe anymore. My information feed is waiting to be picked up, and he'll be up there in about 45 minutes, and I know that then I will get the genuine scores coming.
I was about to say, I did text Bishop earlier, but I know he's running around like a lunatic, making sure everything goes okay down there, so I know what he's like. I think it's pushing to be the best venue down in the southwest at the minute, I think.
It's a fabulous venue, isn't it?
For money matches, it's second to none. The table is amazing.
I mean, I like All Stars, but it's just such an open space, and you can't create anywhere near the same atmosphere that you can get in Spenny's.
Because of the narrow hall, and it's quite enclosed. It's very good.
Yeah. It's a pressure cooker environment.
Definitely.
And another game that I'm really looking forward to is the Max Nosko Corey Reese rematch. That's going to be fantastic. If they can reproduce, and I'm hoping this time it's streamed, because it wasn't streamed in Cardiff, but I went to watch it, and they were both machines.
I think I saw a video of a clearance that they were. I just heard they were just break dishing left, right, and centre.
I was in fact, I was updating Paul on Facebook, and all I kept saying was,
break dish.
Corey just broke dish.
Break dish. Yeah.
Max just broke dish. There was literally like 7 in a row or something. It was the most ridiculous standard of pool I've ever seen. I'm probably going to bore people because I've mentioned it before on the stream, but I hope that they can recreate something close to what they did in that game.
This time it'll be Spenny's, won't it, as well?
It's at Spenny's, and I mean, Corey is such a nice lad. He came away from that game with so much credit. I mean, just an absolute gentleman for a young lad, just pure class. And if he brings that along, he'll get so much respect. And I can't see, sometimes you get that kind of pressure cooker environment, but I can't see anyone getting on his back because he's just such a nice kid. So, as I say, hopefully that game will be streamed, because that will be a fantastic match to be involved in, whether it's just watching it or commentating on it or doing whatever.
What was that for in the end? 20?
They played for 23,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a big pop. And, I can see it possibly being bigger next time. It was a close game, and it could have gone either way. And the only difference in the match was, I think Corey was 23-21 up, and Max played a half an hour frame and just absolutely bogged it down, slowed it right down, and won that frame, and then won the 6 subsequent frames after that. So he won 7 in a row, and that just made the difference in the match.
When I refereed the Lakin versus Nosko game, that's what I've noticed about Max's game. So I've known him for quite a young age, and his ability now to go tactically and, like you say, slow things down and actually think about things. He never really used to have that, but nowadays he's a completely different player. And like you say, when you're playing for your 20,000s, your 30,000s, or whatever he's doing, you need to be able to do that. So he's becoming quite a very accomplished player.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's an exciting prospect.
It is an exciting prospect. And the other thing about it is, sooner or later, I mean, he's greatest respect to Craig Lakin. I mean, he's a top player, but Max is going to have to step up onto a new level at some point. He's mixing with the big boys.
We'll see what happens in the rematch in that one, because obviously I don't think Craig was firing anywhere near all cylinders that night, and I don't think Max was either. So it wasn't the firecracker everyone thought it was going to be.
Absolutely it wasn't. And up there it really could be, because from what I've seen, Max plays pretty well away from home.
Yeah.
The crowd don't get on his back, and you expect Craig to pull out all the stops against his home crowd. So it could be a brilliant game.
What did we have in Spenny's that night? I think about 150.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that's up the corn exchange. Apparently, that's nothing. Like they double that in there for the game. Yeah. So.
And we had 750 watching on the feed as well. So it was a massive crowd.
Exactly.
But congratulations to Rhino TV. They've got the stream on that one. So no commentary for me. But yeah, certainly looking forward to watching that game. In fact, I'm very much considering making the trip to Derby. I think it's the 1st of August.
I'm not 100%
Yeah,
on dates. I know
pretty
because they
sure.
were discussing a later date, weren't they? Because Max is quite stacked up with games.
Yeah, I think it's 4 weeks tomorrow.
I think he postponed a different game to put Craig in because obviously he'd offered him the rematch, and
I
to
think-
honour that, I
yeah,
think he changed the dates around.
probably the Corey Reese match, because I think that was going to happen in July.
Yeah.
So players just gone for a. It's not a pre-agreed break. They're going to take a break after every 10 frames, guys. So just beware. Go and get your beers out the fridge after 10 frames. Hold on to your bladders just for a few more. But yeah, Luke, I think, is just taking a bathroom break. Some exciting times ahead in money matches. I mean, it just they just seem to get better and better. I mean,
yeah.
they're just fantastic lineups.
I agree.
And the Max Nosco Mike King game, they're already talking about a home and away game. So, you know.
Yeah, there was talk, because I read the feed earlier, there was talk about it being off scratch because Mike King seems pretty fearless. But then obviously there was a comment made to someone in Plymouth that Max would give, I think it was 5-start to 23 or something around that line.
I don't know why he would, because
if Mike's firing.
You know, Mike's won Southwest Tour events.
Yeah, so he's no mug.
You know, and beaten Greg Batten on a number of occasions to win that. You know, so it's you know, he's some opponent, and if he produces what he can produce, then you know that could just be an amazing game.
I think they were looking along the start because of the Nick Bell game when Max gave him a start and obviously lost. But again, it could go down the same line if he does end up giving him a start.
Notice that Viv's saying that she keeps losing the picture. I mean, is that happening to anybody else, or is it just Viv? Usually when something like that happens, we get a number of people saying the same things. But sometimes it's just a question of reloading the page, refreshing. Sometimes clearing down your cookies has an effect as well. But I don't know if anyone else is having a problem. As I say, we've had no other complaints, and also we've.
Are people on the Wi-Fi now?
Yeah. We think it may well be at this end. It's probably the Wi-Fi, because we actually have a stream up on the wall which is currently frozen.
Looks like it's just about to go 5-3, Steve. 5-3 to Luke. Steve's in control here. He's got 3 yellows out in the open, with black at the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, it's good to hear, Chris. The picture's perfect with Chris. So yeah, maybe just it can be one of a number of factors. Obviously, we're coming over the Wi-Fi. We think, I mean, it says here that we've got perfect streaming and a good bit rate. So we think that everything's coming out perfectly from here. We've got the stream up on a mobile phone, which looks good. So yeah, sometimes it can be also your Wi-Fi dropping in and out a little bit. So
it's a great shot there from Steve.
Super shot, great positional shot, great confidence.
He said, I think he's finally got to grips with the table. Always difficult as an away player to come somewhere and.
Yeah, so that's twice now. He's let Luke get out to a 3-frame lead and just pegging him back again. So he'll be happy. He's still in touch, well in touch. As we say, we're first to 19. So plenty of time.
If he can go in at the break after the first 10, you know, 6-4, maybe even 5-all if he wins the next 2, I think he'll be very happy considering the start he had.
I should be getting one in a minute. 2 more frames.
I asked both players before we started how they prepared for the game. Steve said that he's had a couple of practice sessions this week, and he just played for half an hour today. He didn't want to overplay. And from Luke's perspective, he had a good session of snooker. He said that he plays a couple of sessions of snooker before he plays pool because he finds he gets his cue arm going a bit better, so he's not jabbing at the ball. And then recently they had a memorial competition in the club here, which was the Leo the Hat Memorial, which I think they played last week. 48 players, and Luke managed to get himself to the final. So well done. Apparently, Leo the Hat was quite some character locally, very well known. So yeah, he was really pleased to get to that. So he knew he was playing pretty well to get to that final. Good to see. Yeah, Paul's just saying, Chris, on that note, just if you're getting an echo through, it can be that sometimes have you got 2 pages loaded perhaps? If you've got you can be streaming it twice, and they'll come through at different speeds. So it might be that you're streaming it twice. But again, it's always just worth refreshing. Just refresh your feed. That normally sorts out a multitude of problems. So Luke with this yellow next to the red. Is this? Do you think this goes?
Yeah, that will go in the top right.
Yeah, he's certainly played it. So
Just got to watch his position in it.
yeah,
Because with a little flick off the red, it could can go wrong for me.
hamper queuing as well.
Correct. There you go. See.
Total snooker.
Yeah, it's relatively simple to get out of, but again, if he doesn't pot it, he's in a world of trouble. Quite surprised he's not going the other way. You know.
But on a serious note, Chris, I mean, listening to me twice, I mean, that's got to be that's just got to be a good thing, hasn't it?
Thoroughly enjoyable.
Great pot. Very confident.
Again, he's got these here if he wants to take them. The red at the top of the table to go in nicely off the yellow to bring them all out in the open for him to make them all go. Depends how he's feeling, but he's been pretty attacking since he's won his first couple of frames.
Yeah, and he's got a decent angle to get up into that kind of area as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
play the one in the middle.
Well, I'd play the one in the bottom right here.
Would you?
And just stun up, because the thing is, where he's got the one in the middle, after it, he's guaranteed to be on a ball.
Yeah.
After he clips it in off the yellow.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But again, it's all down to him. See how he's feeling. Probably got the break on his mind, and he wants to be going in at 5-all.
And decided to take a safer option. Not bad, but
I'm not sure if he can pot this.
yeah, it's.
I think he might be able to.
Might
with
be
a
able to get to
load
the
of
pot angle.
side, yeah.
I mean, it's a decent effort because. I mean, obviously not if he's left the potting angle off the rail, but if he could have got that into a safe position, then obviously
That's
he's
why he's
making
played
his
it
opponent
further.
try to move the yellow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he's played it further to the right, so he's not left the one cushion escape.
Yeah.
But obviously where it's off the rail, it's quite wide anyway, so he's got a bit more leeway like that. But yeah, he's moved it and
Actually
he's
overcut
there.
it.
But he's got
Been
away.
a bit fortunate there, yeah. Yeah,
Indeed.
everything was in the open until
Yeah.
that last little roll.
But again, you play this into the top right pocket, screw back, and then sit him on the bottom one of the two,
Yeah.
which I'm sure Steve's already planning on doing. No.
I mean, you could almost leave that until late, couldn't you? Would you think about tidying these three up first and then come down?
Probably not, because the thing is, even if he hits it, if you play the shot down the bottom and you take the two out of the way of the top, if he comes off two cushions and hits it, he could have you in a world of trouble.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Paul the expert, come up with the solution for Chris, and he's dancing a little jig now just to congratulate himself. Interesting shot there. Tried to leave a Chinese snooker, but in the
and
meantime,
cover the black at the same time.
yeah, in the meantime, didn't hit a cushion. So a foul, ball in hand. Luke electing to pick up the ball, and may well see him. Would you expect him to try and cannon the yellow into it to get them both out with the same shot? The trouble is you're trusting a bit to luck about where the yellow goes, aren't you?
Well, the thing is, if he's playing this top through half ball off the red, it's going to come back towards the left pocket. Well, he's double kissed it, and I'm not being funny. Very fortunate.
That is, yeah.
Very fortunate. Yeah. Just seems to be the way the ball's running at the minute.
But this is by no means a gimme.
Easy, no.
This is a thinner angle than it originally looks, and he's really got to make that cue ball move to get back anything like get back on the black.
Try and force it.
Yeah.
Justice in a way, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the yellow, albeit it wasn't particularly nice, it went, and it seemed as if, if he just got the black out and then played a more difficult yellow up the rail, it might have been a better option. I don't know.
Well, that shot there he's played surprised me, considering the last shot he's just turned around and played, trying to play the plant hand purse, putting the black, tying up the black. And then to play that where he had he's got the two reds down the bottom here that he could have done something with, I'm sure. Surprised me a little bit. And Luke being a snooker player, you'd fancy to get it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Lovely pot and great position as well. Super. There you go, that's great stuff. So extends his lead to 6-3. And Steve will definitely be looking to peg this back to 6-4 to go into the break. Just definitely. A couple behind.
I think he'll be happy going in at 6-4 because, like you said, he's got going in a couple of frames that he's won, and he's looked pretty comfortable. But then a bit of looseness is creeping in with both players, and they're not quite being as clinical. I do not have a clue about Bapto rules.
I've never played Bapto rules, no.
No. I thought Bapto was black ball.
I take it was a variation of a theme, was it? Was Bapto like the original black ball? Was that? And this is like kind of a hybrid from that.
I'm taking it you still weren't allowed to play EPA if you played Bapto back then as well.
I don't know who actually came up with black ball rules. I mean, somebody must have just invented them at some point. I don't.
Well, not being funny, but you go around so many pubs all up and down the country, and the rules are so different.
Absolutely.
Someone's probably just gone, it's called black. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. It's there must be 1,000 variations of how to play this game in different pubs because every pub's got their own rules.
Luckily, in my local pub, they play black ball, but like you say, you go anywhere up and down the country, I have to turn around and ask people when you're having a game, what's the rules? They must think you're rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to pubs where you've got to nominate the black. I've been to pubs where you've got to nominate the black and stick with that pocket.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, nominate the pocket and actually stick with it.
Yeah.
So if you miss it, you've got to get it back into that.
I cost myself money after doing that once.
Yeah.
Yeah, thought I'd won, dropped the black in nicely, and I forgot that I'd after a few beers. I hope he's on about the rules there, saying they were awful, not the players.
And David Pyle telling us Josh Corkett 4-2 up against Russ Frame.
Come on, Josh Corkett. That's an interesting fact there about the black ball rules were written by Ross McInnes, Paul Bebb, Michaela Tabb and Mike Levens. It's Mrs. Michaela McInnes now, isn't it, I think? I think they got married recently, didn't they? Unfortunately, she wasn't available to referee tonight.
We're missing our resident referee. We've normally got Marcel Eckhart in the chat box, but he's probably busy tonight refereeing a game somewhere.
Down in Bridgewater.
The last time he was watching, the last game he was watching from China.
Oh, blimey.
He was out doing the snooker in China.
Is that the big tall referee?
The young lad, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he's a regular on the chat box.
Oh.
So yeah, just a word of warning. There is well, not a word of warning, but just information that there is a break after this frame. Probably be 5 or 10 minutes.
I think Steve's in control here, big time. Should be going into the break 6-4 with the balls the way they are here on yellows.
Yeah, for any information on pool, we need Mike Day in the
Old
commentary,
Daisy.
because Mike is like a oracle of pool and snooker, isn't he? The things he knows about the game is just something incredible.
That was actually who taught me into, well, not taught me into, but actually gave me the idea to play Hayden Pinney. Mike Day, because he plays him in the Money League quite regularly. Wonder if Jez Graham and Max Noske played Bapto then.
Yeah. So a foul. Oh, it was a touchy ball, was it? Sorry, I didn't hear the call. I apologise. Yeah, it was. No foul called, so my mistake.
I'd have thought he'd have been playing the one in the middle, on the right-hand side.
Just reinforcing his position.
Yeah. So wants to make sure, like you say, about the 6-4.
Maybe a skill shot?
Again, I think it's sat too far out of the pocket.
Yeah,
if you can see the lip, can't you?
Yeah, it's not quite there, is it?
So. You know, some of the things you might try though when you've got a little bit of a lead. See, I don't think that gains him any advantage by playing that shot.
No.
You just need. All Steve's got to do is knock the yellow off the rail.
Anyone joining us recently, you are watching a live feed from Beer Productions. My name's Nick Finn. I'm in the chat. I'm in the commentary box with Ben Mackey.
Hello there.
And we are at Swindon 147 Club. We're watching Luke Stoneham versus Steve Coles, playing black ball rules 1st to 19. The only game I'm not getting updates on is my home Super League team, and they were supposed to be giving me updates.
They must be losing. They must be in a bad mood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's hope not, eh?
They're playing a very good quality team, so
It would be understandable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not saying we're not. We have
No.
some great players on our side, but yeah, we come up pretty much our hardest game of the season, I think. So.
Left in the cross double on the red. It's a great shot.
Yeah, 2 visits. Steve's got ball in hand, so.
Play the yellow down onto the red over the bottom pocket. Big frame.
Yeah. Just lost that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Wanted to hit it full ball.
You want a bit of dead weight, really.
Yeah.
Like you say, full ball onto
Yeah.
the pocket.
Yeah, anything full ball would have pretty much stayed down there, wouldn't it? Even at that pace, would have stayed
Yeah.
somewhere closer.
But he's still in control big time in this frame.
Yeah.
Potentially even look at knocking this one into the rail, half ball, sort of quarter ball black, and then nudging it into the yellow and red to just open everything up out. The only way he's going to win the frame from there is a skill shot, and it's quite difficult with the red and the yellow being where they are.
I can make this snake appear at any time.
Yeah, so don't forget to give us a like on Facebook and also follow us on the live stream feed, and you will get all the updates coming through to your Facebook page about when we have our events. Upcoming games is a game next Friday down in Plymouth. We're covering, which is Danny Bolt versus Jack Vivian, and then we've got a day of pool from Park Hotel in Exmouth. The Park Hotel in Exmouth on the 25th, which is Matt Chant versus Sam Cox and Brett Williams versus Mark Rock. Yeah, Mark Rock. So yeah, should be a couple of good games that day as well. And also, you'll see on our feed that we're covering a darts exhibition soon as well, which is on the 10th of August. Oh, 10th of July. Oh, next Saturday. Wow. And that's, the 18th, sorry. We're getting it wrong, it's the 18th. We'll get something right in a minute. Which is Fallon Sharrock and Bobby George. The great Bobby George. Yeah, so we're doing a cover of that one as well. So if you're into your darts, Bobby George exhibition should be an absolute cracker. Bobby, an inimitable character. Not backward and coming forward, Bobby George, that's for sure. And Dave telling us that it's now 4-3 to Josh, and at one point Josh was 4-0 up.
Again, the away player struggling to start early.
Yeah, Russell pegging his way back into it. You have a financial investment in that game today?
No, I was tempted. Like I said, I did actually ring Josh earlier this afternoon. But to be honest with you, with coming down here and with having my own things on my own plate, I didn't get a chance to speak to him. But
yeah.
Are you? Did you say you were?
Yeah.
On the side of Mr. Corkett, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Sensible man, I think. Yeah, home crowd down there plays a big part. They're a wild bunch.
I wonder if they got the drums down there tonight.
They probably have, because it's £7,000, isn't it? So it's not exactly like it's pocket change.
No.
And like I said, they all have a night out down there, so they'll have all the boys down there.
Yeah.
So John Bishop takes it steady and saves himself for tomorrow.
I don't think John saves himself for anything, does he?
No, he'll have a 2-dayer, he don't mind.
Bit of an unforced error there from Steve. Not what was in the plan whatsoever.
Now he's being forced into going for it, really.
Yeah.
And it's a double on the black.
Snowden!
That's a hell of a shot. It's a very good shot.
Yeah, clever stuff.
Thing is, the only issue here is if he gets the back double.
Yeah. Gives Luke a chance at it.
Element of safety as well.
Yeah, good return shot. Sure if there's just enough space to squeeze past that red. I think there probably is. Looks like there may just be enough.
Big shot just before the break.
It is a big shot. Yeah,
That's
lovely.
a great shot, Steve.
Very well cued. So really just needs to think about what he wants to do with that black.
Yeah, he's got to be doubling it in the middle pocket.
Yeah. Don't seem to be that many other options. I mean, he's looking now at a shot.
Off the red,
Really can't
in
be
between, behind.
Yeah?
I don't know.
No, that's
I
a
don't think he should be looking at
high
that.
risk strategy.
You've
Like,
just got
so
to
much
give
can go
yourself a
wrong
shot
with
at it. That's,
Of course.
that's
Yeah.
what you got to do.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
You've got to put yourself anywhere down the bottom half the table. It goes in bottom or
And
bottom or middle.
he's played that perfectly. Came out with a
You just
nice
don't want to
angle.
land straight on it.
Yeah.
Dead straight with it.
Yeah.
It's the only awkward place you could land there. But
yeah, anywhere around what would be the pink spot would be good.
he's got no side.
He's tried to play that with a bit of reverse side, and
I thought he
it's
might
just
have
not
topped
taken
it.
at all. Yeah, seemed to have a good angle, but maybe maybe I was a
Deceptive.
bit deceived.
Anything here, I think play it off the rail, off the red. Try and
Yeah.
clip it in, kick it in
Kind-
behind the other red.
The kind of shot that he was looking at a second ago
Yeah,
with the yellow,
correct.
just to play with the black now.
Yeah. It's not easy though. I think it might just be a bit too far away. I think it might
Yeah.
just kick out and leave Luke some drop-ins. That's what
Certainly the shot he's looking at.
Biscuits.
No drums at Spenny's. That's surprising.
Yeah. So yeah, Steve's going to be a bit disappointed if he loses this one, because he really was in control
Yeah.
in a big way. The only way he could seem to be able to lose this frame is if he potted the yellow down in the bottom corner too early, and that really was what happened.
Yeah, indeed. He had the last frame at his mercy as well, with having the majority of the balls left on the table and the opportunity to snooker. But he's just doesn't seem to be seeing the shots and doesn't seem to be taking his opportunities when he's getting them, which could be costly. But obviously it's early days yet.
So Jack and Josh will be overjoyed now. Their dad's just about to go into the break 7-3 up. Good stuff, and we'll be right back with you in 5 to 10 minutes. We're just going on break. Speak to you soon.
Pardon?
Why do you don't have all the 10 things?
Because they're playing a big match here today.
Some people they fill in the bar.
I know, that's the one.
Next time we can have the weight at the bar.
Yeah.
Not go in. That's it, Joe.
And you got iron it as well.
Quick line. Should be.
fundamentally a beer, get a drink or quick lunch. Ready, Steve? You alright, guys? We get scared. Luke's break, 11th frame, and it's 7 for 3.
So here we are back, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Luke gets us back underway and a dry break.
There hasn't been much potted off the break, has there?
No, there hasn't. There's been 4 or 5 dry breaks so far, I think, hasn't it?
I think he needs to take the first couple there. First couple of frames.
There's 50 odd at my game with Tommy. More than that, 60, 70.
Apparently I hadn't heard anything from our team because we're 4-0 down. So.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I did say that. On the wrong end of a hiding.
Yeah, it could be. We are notoriously a good second half side there. The last time we played them, we went 8-1 down and it finished 9-all. In fact, we should have won it 10-8.
Blimey.
Yeah, 8-1 down, and we came back to 9-8 and Mr. Black for the win.
Jukebox at a reasonable level in here tonight.
Yeah, it's not quite like Spenny's.
No.
Can't hear yourself thinking there
I'm
sometimes.
surprised the table's level by half time usually in there.
Yeah.
It's just going crazy.
Pumping up and down.
Yeah. Like I said, I quite like it as a venue up here. It's it's quite quiet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is nice, you
It's
know.
good.
Take these out, it'd be a big confidence booster. They're all there. A bit tricky down the bottom, but so you get him, he'd be very confident. Get him off on the right foot for the second set of 10. Looks where it goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think he controlled that pretty well. Should just be a straight in screw back a couple of inches, leave himself a nice angle to come back down the table.
That's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, apparently, Tom, we're we're now 5-0 down, so it's looking bleak at the moment. Yeah, Beer Productions, you're right, David, coming down to Exmouth. So if you're going to be there, come along and join us, say hello.
What's going on in Exmouth? 25th July.
We've got a double header. Matt Chant versus Sam Cox and Brett Williams versus Mark Rock.
Are they relatively under the radar players? If not, I've heard of Matt Chant. I think Matt Chant. Yeah, I think I've heard that name before.
Yeah, Brett's a regular viewer.
Brett
of ours,
Williams,
isn't he? He's
yeah.
on the chat box.
Yeah, I've recognised the name.
So Luke getting good position on his one awkward ball early in the break. Obviously got
A bit of a wrong
two
angle here, I
tied
think,
up
isn't it?
together. Yeah, maybe just
Towards the black.
yeah. May just be able to screw off
Pinch
the
the
black.
pocket, yeah. Nice.
Oh,
That
so
fully
good,
fully
yeah.
went. Middle pocket here. Perfect.
Wow, yeah, that is absolutely perfect as well. Great positional shot.
I spoke to him in the break outside. He seems very confident, and one of the things he said to me is he's not throwing away frames anymore, which is what he used to do a lot
Yeah.
by going for things that weren't there. So looks as though Steve might have picked him at the wrong point. 38 years old and still learning.
Just taking a second to dry his hands. It's pretty warm in here, so a bit sticky and sweaty.
That was again something I noticed about Max actually on a few of the blacks when he played Lakin. Just, you know, took a 10-15 second when he went
Yeah.
back to his seat and got his towel and composed himself.
Something he's very good at doing.
I think he's, like I said again, he's learnt that over the years because he never used to be like that. He's
Yeah.
very fast and furious, but becoming a force, isn't he?
Yeah, the thing I like about Max, he's definitely willing to listen. I spoke to him after his game against Greg Batten, and because he crashed in a big way. Of course, he lost 7 frames in a trot,
Yeah.
and he said he just didn't feel like he could play anymore. And I said it was down to his nutrition, the fact he was dehydrated and he hadn't eaten properly.
He's a very skinny lad as well,
Yeah,
isn't he?
and since then, I just see that he takes a bunch of bananas to his corner and eats them through the game. He drinks water, you know. Whereas during that Batten game, he was drinking Red Bull and eating peanuts. You know, it's just not gonna sustain you for long enough. And that was, you know, it's a 7-hour match, and you've got to keep your focus up over that
I'm
whole
not going
period
to
of
talk to you
time.
about my diet then when I play.
Yeah, there we go. So 5-frame lead now for Luke, and looking fairly comfortable with it. But Steve with the break in this one, so again, an opportunity with a good break to pull one back.
See if he can get a ball. He's done all right so far. Luke's been struggling to get a ball off the break, but
Yeah.
still getting the frames.
So opting for yellows. Couple of problems. I mean, got an angle now to.
I think that one, yeah, by the red, by the red in the middle of the table at the top goes now, but
Yeah.
that's just what I, from our view. He's got the plant here into middle. It's quite amazing actually the difference you see obviously when you're actually playing and where you actually commentate.
Yeah.
I've noticed that because I actually watched games back before and I've noticed the difference thinking, why did you do that?
Mm.
It's just completely different.
Yeah. You get a different perspective.
Definitely. Up and down, full table double. Cover the bottom right pocket. Right. There's his snooker play coming in again.
Yeah. It is quite incredible how you see snooker players go about, and a number of snooker players, and they just. A pool player tends to find the shortest route between balls, and a snooker player is more than happy just to run it around a couple of cushions. And
You're telling me I've got to deal with one tomorrow, so.
yeah.
But no, I agree, definitely. Yeah. Great effort. Always tough when you're queuing from the cushion.
Yep.
Got to be taking these out now. I think it's drifting a bit away from me if he doesn't.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those that he really should be getting, but it's not absolutely straightforward.
No. The thing is, he needs to get a bit of authority and start stamping it.
Yeah.
Telling Luke, if you're missing, that I'm going to clear up, which he hasn't really done so far. He's done it once or twice, but then not backed it up further on in the match. Again.
It might not be. I mean, it obviously didn't play for the contact with the black, but it might work out in his favour if he can just.
Yeah, he's got to drop it and hit it quite thick, unless he plays it and just tops the white through to get on another cushion. Another ball, should I say, sorry. And it's bounced, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's come out absolutely perfect.
See, now he's got to be dropping this in middle dead weight. He's gone for a little bit farther. Thought he might have just stunned it and potentially gone into it, but just a dead weight there. It's a great shot.
Yeah.
Pressure shot there.
Looks fairly plain sailing. Just needs to.
Not sure how straight he is on it because he's got to get back on the black. It's a great shot. Yeah, because I didn't know if he'd looked to see if it didn't go in the bottom left.
Yeah.
But obviously he did. Played it well.
Come on, Stoneham!
You can't be missing them.
No, that's a black he certainly would have expected to get, and just left a pretty simple finish for
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, just overrun that one a little bit. It's going to be awkward to hold for the
He's got to jack it up here. It's just you've got to look at focusing pot on the
Awkward
ball. But it's not. There you go. He has to capitalise on this. Not sure if it cuts back. Looks like
Well,
it does.
I mean,
I'd be playing the double myself, but
would you? But doesn't the cut give him the safety net of?
it does. But where's the white going?
Yeah, true.
To be fair, if he plays it plain ball, it probably he's got to play it soft enough so it don't go in middle.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got second prize.
But all he has to do here is screw off this bottom one, tap him up at the top.
Yeah.
It's tight.
Luke a tiny bit fortunate to leave the black where he did. To be honest, it could have left it a lot easier.
Yeah, well, I think he's played it in the way he's played it. I think he's see that.
Shouldn't have been anywhere near the middle bank.
I thought he was going to screw it up to the top
Yeah,
rail.
straight up the table.
Maybe he is still chucking away frames. Very lapsed, but this is the problem when you get the big lead. Because that wouldn't have happened in the first 10 frames.
No, maybe just took a bit of a liberty.
Yes, Steve Coles
You
in!
know,
go.
sometimes you need that little bit of run though. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think in the first 10, I think Luke did have a little bit more fortune than Steve. So usually through a long frame match, tables do turn.
Good stuff. 8-4.
You've given him your start now, so. He loves getting beat at the start. He loves winning away with money.
Anyone joining us recently or watching Beer Productions? My name's Nick Finn. I'm joined in the commentary box by Ben Mackey, and we're watching Luke Stoneham, 38 years old, originally from Chippenham, now lives in Hampshire. He's playing Steve Coles, 38 years old, from Weymouth.
Once again, dry.
I asked both the players who their biggest influence was. Biggest influence for Luke was Stephen Lee, as I mentioned earlier. He's very good friends with Stephen. And also his dad. And he also mentioned Frank Adamson, who was a coach around Bristol a number of years ago. Quite an influential coach, and learnt a great deal from him. Steve said that really his biggest influence was Keith Brewer when he used to play in the same side as him. Learnt a great deal from him. Two big names in Q Sport. And in respect of ambitions, I mean, Steve was saying that he just wants to keep improving. He's only been back playing the game after a 10-year break for about 7 months, so he just wants to get back to his how he was playing 10 years ago and just find his fluency again. From Luke's perspective, as I mentioned earlier, he's just recently got himself into the England team, and he just wants to cement that now. Just wants to cement himself in the side, and that's where his focus is now. Money match results. I mean, Steve, as I say, he's only been back in the game for about 7 months, so he's not really played any money matches. Just one against Luke. Luke, on the other hand, has played a huge number of money matches, but he said his results weren't weren't particularly great. He's lost about 60% of them.
Saying about that, Steve did actually play a couple months before he played Luke. He played a local lad from around this way again, Ben Buckwell, who's actually just turned up. He was somewhere around here. And he beat him 17-16. And I think Steve came back from about 16-14 down.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah, not bad. For your first game, anyway.
Lovely cueing.
That'll do him.
Super shot.
It's becoming quite a tactical affair. The amount of frames you played is it's been pretty tactical, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure,
From
yeah.
the start.
Not something you really expect in Blackpool.
Yeah, no, definitely.
We talk about how much of an attack in an open game it is. And
And then we see this.
yeah.
But like you say, it's where obviously the players feel comfortable playing this way. So
If they're still going at 2 a.m., I'm up in sticks and going home. I'm just.
Well,
I'm just
you're
putting,
telling me.
I'm putting that out there now.
like I said, I'm travelling. I'm travelling tomorrow afternoon. So
Yeah. I think we finished Plymouth at 3:45, and I had a 2-hour drive. So
the thing is, with Jez, he is quite not a defensive player because he can clear up, but he's a very thoughtful player. So he thinks about everything he's doing.
yeah.
So yeah, obviously he's tried to slow Max down, and like I said, I think over the years Max has grown the tolerance to put up with that. I think a few years back, I don't think he would have.
No.
Not playing until that time. And like you said about the diet and everything like that, he would have been in bits potentially before. So
Yeah.
no, it's all about growing, isn't it? He's tried the skill shot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got second prize, but
For sure. Yeah.
we'd love to have taken the bag there. I think he's still in quite a bit of trouble here. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, Steve is from Weymouth, and Luke is originally from Chippenham, but now lives in Hampshire, plays for Wiltshire still. So, I mean, it's neither of theirs home venue, and it's probably reflective in
The attendance.
the attendance today. I think the club owner was hoping for a big crowd, but obviously, you know,
Playing someone relatively unknown.
yeah, and it's really going to be
It's hard,
the,
isn't it?
the interest locally is just not going to be there because they just don't have the support. You
There's
rely
a
on the
few. There's
support of
probably,
your
what,
players.
15, 20 locals here, but obviously
Yeah.
there was one car from Weymouth today.
Yeah.
So obviously to travel, I think it took us about 3 hours to get here in total. So it's quite a commitment, isn't it, really? For everyone to come up on a Friday
It is.
afternoon as
It's
well.
huge. So they're both playing a coy game at the moment.
That's a great shot. Developed his red, but left one tied up. Other four out in the open. Don't really think there's a lot Luke can do this frame, to be honest, apart from hope Steve makes a mistake.
It's a pretty clever shot. Just opened it up.
Yeah, I think with the bottom right pocket covered, I think he's got Luke in a bit of trouble. Well, a lot of trouble. But once again, like I said, needs to take the chance.
Yeah.
8-5.
And still got time on his side. I mean, he can pop this and get these out if he needs to. Certainly doesn't need to go for the clearance now.
Definitely. I think he's going Kush first here, yeah. Just knocking him out. The only problem with that is he's giving him a bit of a lifeline. If it, with him being a snooker player, if he can, well, I wouldn't have played that one, but if he can play the long part and clip one in behind all the reds, he's then got back to square one.
Yeah.
But now
I think the key in playing that shot was it pretty much opened up the.
But I think, yeah, I understand what Steve's played there, but
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit disrespectful that Luke's played that because he has left him droppings because he's not really attempted to pot it, has he?
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. Like I said, if he might be proved right if he doesn't get them, but I'd fancy him to get them from here.
And 6-4 to Josh at present. Thanks for the updates, David. You're about the only person updating me at the moment. I've got someone at the venue, and I'm getting absolutely nothing from him. So, thank you very much.
You're not going to mention that on live stream, are you?
Well, my team score. Tom Clothiers just done it for me. Thanks, Tom.
Oh, well done, Tom. Here you go.
I just picked up the same message, Tom, from somebody else.
Ouch.
Oh dear.
They seem to be missing you.
It's not a good day. I am their lucky talisman, of course. So this one for 2 in a row, and to get it back within 3 frames.
Could have been a bit easier. I
Could've
know,
definitely made this easier. I mean,
I know it's doable, but
the thing is, he had pretty much another 3 feet to play with it, because
Yeah.
even if he finishes,
all of the middle of the table.
yeah,
You just chance the white a bit there. I know.
yeah, just pumping himself up there as well. So
There's the Weymouth one-man band.
bit of
shouting.
adrenaline.
I think he's just frustrated with himself because I think he knows he can play a lot better.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's early doors yet. We've only had 13 frames, so.
Steve breaks off and pots a yellow.
Again, another ball.
Yeah.
He's doing all right off the break.
he
They've
is
not
doing
split
very
too
well.
nicely here, but
An opportunity maybe to thin cut this red. I mean, I guess it's
you've got to be going red, yeah.
yeah. If you thin cut this and go into the black, you could pretty much open up everything, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's the 1+ a black ball.
Yeah, absolutely no danger of
Unless you pot the black,
unless of course you pot
Of
the black.
course.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what happened there. That was just looked away for a second. I'm not quite sure what he did, but he fouled, that's for
Yes,
sure.
Hayden Pinney.
That's some local Wiltshire Wally on the mic. Apologise for that, gents. Yeah. Mike Tilley's had half a pint of Thatcher's and he's giving it the big one. With his fake Lacoste top on as well, for Christ's sake. Let's hope he's got his money where his mouth is.
I'll play off scratch 1 frame for a tenner. And I'll use
I don't know if anyone picked that up, but somebody just said, I'll play you 1 frame off scratch.
For a tenner.
It would be hard.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It would be hard to play anything but off scratch for 1 frame.
That's Charlie McKinley for you. 1 frame off scratch for a tenner. Yeah, nice bloke.
I'll even use the button as a tip.
That's fair play on Luke there, calling a foul on himself.
Very good on
Ref
Luke.
didn't see that.
Very good.
Fingered. Touched the ball with a finger. Very sporting.
Good evening, Sean McGrath. Hope you're well. Welcome to the stream.
Play that shot. He's cleared the ball. Obviously, he meant to pot it, but he's cleared the path.
Knocking on then.
Steve looks a lot comfortable potting the longer balls there.
It is most definitely not as noisy as it was in Plymouth, for sure. That was a noisy evening with a horn going in one ear and the drums going in the other. When Rich Cameron set off, he sent me a little message to apologise, actually.
Good evening, Jeremy Hooper.
Hello, Jeremy.
I reckon you and Corkett's on the cards if he wins tonight, surely.
So this one really is quite a significant frame at 8.5.
Paul Moulding left-handed all day.
And a bit of information back in from Spenny's, because we now have somebody there live. He's Josh is 7-4 up.
7-4 Josh Corkett.
Yeah. I'm not sure what that was. What's that the first to?
I'm not sure. I imagine it's probably 19 or 21. Can't be any more than that. Happy to play Corkett. I bet he is. Jeremy's another Mike King. He's a machine.
Do you think that Mick Hill's ever going to get involved in a money, or would anyone ever take Mick Hill on in a money match?
Not unless there's a start involved. The only person, but the thing is, everyone's going to go into a money match and think they're going to win. Who the hell is going to go into a money match with Mick Hill thinking they're going to win? Unless it's Gareth Potts. Really.
Yeah, that would be the clash of the titans.
I think there would be a start involved, or it'd be a home and away. But I don't think it. I think he's got bigger fish to fry, and he's got his own club and everything now. So I don't think it's something on his agenda.
No,
Exhibitions pay too well to.
Yeah, yeah.
Because obviously the practice is unreal. You have to put in. Mick is rubbish. Jeremy.
How do you feel about the Paul Moulding Jeremy Hooper lineup? Is that one that you'd fancy, Jeremy?
I think Jeremy's 4-1. I think Moulding's 1-5. I think he's odds on. Especially if Jeremy's not picked up his cue for 2 months.
looks like a very, very nice positional
That's
shot.
what you call shelling peas, I think that is.
Really nice.
That is Bisto.
Eight stuff. That was a big frame. Back
Who
to
woke-
8-6.
Who woke up Steve Coles?
Yeah,
Did someone give him a nudge?
3 frames on the bounce. Jeremy's running a mile from that one, Paul. Not interested. We want to know when George is going to get involved in a money match. No, Jeremy, Paul will give you a 5-star. He thinks you need more, but he said he can't really afford much more than a 5-star, so. And Luke having another dry break. He's really struggling with his break today. Talking about getting all the breaks, I watched George Bennett play somebody recently, and the guy he was playing had every break. I think it was first to 17. He had a 3 start. He had every break, and he had 4 shots off the break. And he won 2 frames. I think George beat him 17-5. So yeah, he had a 3 start, every break, and 4 shots off the break. Again,
Who's this?
it was somebody George Bennett was playing. His name escapes me.
Was that the other week?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I saw
they were
that.
playing for 500 each, I think. And he won 2 frames.
What the other kid did.
Yeah, George beat him 17-5.
I set up a game between George Bennett and a friend of mine from Weymouth, snooker player.
Yeah,
And I think it was first to 15. My mate gave him a 3-0 head start. George Bennett broke dish first frame. My mate's dry broke. He's dished again, so it's 5-0.
Yeah.
My mate's thinking I'm stitched him up. He ended up winning 15-12. My friend did, but it's only 250 a man. But yeah, he's very capable, from what I've heard.
Phil Louch. That's it, Tom. You got it, Phil Louch. Yeah. Actually, I mean, when I heard that he was getting 4 shots, I thought, my goodness, that's so easy. But actually, watching it in practice, it's not that easy because you've got every break. If you go in off, you lose your 4 shots immediately. And if you don't clear, then you've probably only got 1 ball left on the table and you're just going to get stitched up. They were playing old rules as well.
I was just about to say you play old. That's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, they were playing old
That
rules.
is. I was doing that to someone the other day, £5 a frame. Walked out all right.
On
Yeah.
paper, you'd always fancy clearing up with 4 shots.
Oh, definitely. But I was a very young, naive 13, 14-year-old kid, think I could pot everything, and I had Mr. McKinley over there. He was the one that did it to me. He had about 30 quid off me, I think, that day. That was my pocket money for 2 weeks. I do try and get him to offer it me these days, but he don't have any of it.
I'm sure somebody will give you a link for the Black Ball rules. I mean, I think if you Google
Black Ball rules.
Black Ball rules, I'm pretty sure there's a Wikipedia page for it, which is going to tell you. But we did run through the main differences earlier. But for your benefit, I'm sure we can run through them again. Our resident expert, come on.
Well, the main difference is Black Ball's attacking, World Rules isn't. It's, you know.
There we go.
No, just your shots carry, don't they, in World, and your deliberate foul. That's the main two.
Yeah.
Black Ball skill shot, which for everyone at home again is.
I mean, you've still got to call total. You've still got to hit a cushion after every.
See, I think one thing that would make Black Ball rules 10 times better is if you had to call the skill shot. It would eliminate the amount of luck that some people get. I think you'd have to. I think if you called it and if you didn't, it was if you call it and you don't do it, it's a foul. You know.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that would make it so much better. Because I was always under the impression you had to. That might have been Bapto. Because I think you might have been able to play one of them in Bapto.
Yeah.
But yeah, they changed it so you didn't. Which again.
So just going through a little sticky period for both players. They're just a little bit laxed. A few loose shots, but you know they've been playing for a couple hours.
I think I just spoke to Luke actually when I nipped off 2 seconds. I think he's getting quite upset with the amount of time Steve's taking between shots.
Right.
You know, there's no stop clock in places there. So
absolutely.
He told me to get my sleeping bag ready. So
you know that's just one of those things that you have to deal with. There's no point.
Correct.
There's no point.
But obviously it's playing on his mind already, and it's only early.
And you know and then that's a great tactic for Steve.
Indeed.
You know, you've got to win these matches however you can. Sometimes it's not pretty.
Correct. So wasn't there a tactic that Ronnie used to use or something for when he was... I swear he used to count something. I can't remember what it was. It might be just a random fact stuck in my head somewhere, but
yeah,
pretty sure he used to do something.
Quite probably. I mean, the thing is, even more so for snooker players. I mean, there's a guy stood there who's saying he's getting wound up by how much time his opponent's taking.
Probably 50 seconds.
He's an ex snooker player where they have to sit in their chair for whole frames at a time.
Minutes where they bang in 100 break. Yeah. And playing against Stephen Lee, I'm sure he used to have to do that quite a bit. So
yeah, absolutely.
It surprises me when he says that.
Yeah. So how would you possibly get wound up? I mean, surely you just find ways of downtime. I mean, if I'm playing somebody that's slow, I just focus on the table and what I'm going to do if I get to the table.
Correct.
And you know, I try to keep my mind in the game rather than letting it wander and look at what's happening around.
That might be something that's letting him down though, because
yeah.
obviously he's creeping a bit closer. Obviously, the game's getting a bit closer.
Yeah.
As I said, obviously he went into the break 4 frames clear. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
might just be something little that's playing on his mind, which is having a big effect. But he's just got to make the time that he does have at the table count.
Yeah, yeah. He just needs to put that out of his mind and just play his game. Hello, Chris. My name is Nick Finn. And I'm sat in the commentary box with Ben Mackey. Ben come up from Weymouth.
I think that's Chris Meadows from Weymouth, is that? May well be. Needs to hit something there. It's good at. Good shot.
A foul there would have been a disaster with the
freeing up the yellow and the red.
Yellow, yeah.
Definitely, he plays it now, but the thing is,
as I say, it's just a little bit scrappy from both
Definitely.
players. I mean, Luke was so fluent earlier in the game, and
did that pot that he pulled out earlier on that long yellow to get onto the black.
it's just
Walking off to get a drink.
yeah, just.
So
going
yeah,
on a little-
I think is, you know, I don't think that's something you do when you're in the middle of a frame. Might just be myself personally, but I think his head might be going a little bit. Personally,
Just needs to keep his focus.
keep his cool.
Yep. You know, if he continues to play the way he did in the first 5 or 6 frames, then he's, you know, playing lovely, fluent pool. That is a very nice shot.
Very
Very
good
nice shot. I wasn't sure that yellow went through that gap, to be honest.
Yeah.
Quite deceiving angle from here. It looked like,
Hold it. Oh, is he playing it or not?
yeah, just to
Yeah,
run it
I was
across.
just
and
going to say he had
hold
to hold it though.
it. Yeah,
It's quite.
yeah. This is pretty precarious now. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's relying on a little bit of luck to get on the black here, and a load of side.
very thin cut.
Thin.
Lot of
Cannon in reds
lot of
here.
right hand side.
Yeah, don't know if he likes it. or
I'm not
He's
even
just-
sure if the right hand
no.
side can save him. To be honest, I'm not. It's such a thin angle.
Depends how small his tip is, doesn't it?
That's true. You can see the right hand side is imparting on the ball. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's a hell of a shot.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a shot. That's perfect.
played it very
Very
well.
well.
Wow, that's a great shot.
Maybe he was just thirsty, wanted a drink. It's a great shot there
Yeah.
to get on that black.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Hi Dale, yeah, asking about the what do I think about the rematch between Lakin and Nosco at the Corn Exchange? Well, I don't know what to think about it, to be honest. I've seen Max play away from home, and I've seen him produce the best pool he's ever played away from home. The best pool I've ever seen him play. I'm sure he's got another gear on top of that as well. By his own admission, he does. But he was astounding, and Craig didn't produce anything like what we know he can produce. I mean, you know, he's an England player. We know that he's a top player, and you know, he broke dry 13 times in that match, and that just isn't going to happen again.
Lakin did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I got the blame for most of that. And I can't believe it, to be honest.
yeah. Your referee for that day is
Yeah.
currently sat next to me. I will openly admit to being a big Max fan. I have backed him in every match he's played in the last 18 months.
You're a very rich man.
It's been quite a good run
Done
so
all
far.
right.
Yeah, yeah, and I really don't know what to feel about it. I certainly can't back it heavily.
I think it's going to be rocking up there. I think it's going to be a completely different atmosphere than what is at Spenny's. Like Spenny's was good, and there was, like you said, there was about 150 people in there. But
Yeah,
I think there's going to be about 200-300 up
Yeah.
there, and most of them are going to be for Derby.
I
So
genuinely think, yeah, they will be mostly for Derby.
Yeah.
But you know, let's not
not discrediting his
Yeah.
ability, not
No,
at
no,
all.
no.
But I just
Or-
think it's a
or-
big game up
well,
there, and
not discrediting his fans. I mean, he will probably take 40 or 50 people up there, and they
Yeah.
will make a lot of
oh,
noise.
no, I agree.
I just don't know what to think. It could be.
But
And
as well, like you
it
said
could
about the
be an
table
amazing game.
with Craig as well, he said it was very tight. You know, it's going to be
He
his
did.
table. He's playing on it every
Yep.
day.
Yep.
He knows everything. So
Max,
It's gonna be a very
there's
close game.
there's one thing about Max. He is absolutely fearless.
yeah, no, I agree with that.
And when the atmosphere really starts buzzing, it'll just improve his game. It'll make him buzz.
Yeah, he's one that likes people thinking he's not going to win.
Yeah.
He's a player like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think I've mentioned it on the stream before. There was an incident at in Cardiff, and it was a key frame. I think it was. I think Max needed it to go 29-27, and Corey needed it to go 20.
Oh my God!
Wow.
What has he done there? That is a big miss.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that from there.
Corey needed it to either draw level or come back within one. And Max had played his last red around the table and knocked the black out. And it was a horrible shot that he had. it was about as nasty a black as you can possibly get.
Yeah.
And he got down to play it, and somebody in the crowd said something, and he stood up, composed himself, and he got down to play it, and somebody in the crowd said something, and it happened 4 times.
It's not on,
and
is it?
on the 4th time, he just stood up, he shook his head, he walked over to the table, he took a drink out of his Red Bull can, he wiped his cue down, he took just a minute or so, and in fact Corey even said, "Best of order, lads, please, best of order."
Yeah.
And Max walked around the table, got down on the shot, and stuck it in the middle of the pocket.
Good.
And it was just huge, and that just shows the bottle of the guy. And I can't say enough about it. It's
there's nothing worse than that, is there? When you're trying to play a big shot.
And that's why I think that this game at the Corn Exchange could just be, it could be massive. It could be a fantastic match. Who's going to win it? I don't know. I will certainly be backing Max, but I won't be backing Max
Massively.
in it. Yeah, because you just.
It's going to be a close game.
Yeah.
You're not being funny. It wasn't a walkover last time they played, and like you said, Craig didn't fire. Neither did Max.
Fire at all. And yeah, Max didn't play anywhere near as a bit. Well, neither player did.
I didn't know if it was a usual thing for Craig, but when I when I was speaking to them, because obviously I'm good friends with both of them. He had paracetamol and ibuprofen before the game, and I didn't know if it was a regular thing. I thought he got something.
No. He had a bad back.
Oh, right.
He had packets of ibuprofen and paracetamol next to his
because he's
desk.
allergic to something as well, so he couldn't take certain things. So they were all running around the shops for him.
Yeah, he was suffering with his back as well, so that's not going to help. And if he's on form, if both players are on form and they're both playing well, it could be incredible.
Yeah. Shout out to Ant Malga. Yeah. Oh, that's wild. Enough.
Yeah, there's absolutely no question that that Lakin's going to be up for that game.
Let's go then, Steve.
How much are they talking for that?
I haven't even heard.
20 grand again.
It's 20 again. Yeah. I couldn't imagine it.
Escalate.
Couldn't imagine it being less, but I couldn't imagine it being massive because
they're not silly down
who
there.
wants to back either? Do you know what I mean? It's
Derby are never short of support, are they? They're obviously the players they've created up there are massive. With your Whelans, your Lakins.
Could you back either player confidently though?
It's a gamble, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's whoever
punt.
fires on the night. Of course, it's the way it is in a lot of money matches. You do get the odd mismatch.
I back a lot of matches. Not in a huge way. I back sensibly.
Is that why have you voted like that?
He was quite fortunate to get the little kiss actually. Otherwise, he was in off. But I back moderate amounts of money on the games, and I back. There's one tonight. There's one tomorrow night. I back quite often, but I try to find. I try to find an edge, and it's difficult to have an edge in that game.
Who's playing tomorrow night?
It's a couple of local lads from the Oval. Rob Lawrence against Steve Tippett. Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, I am thoroughly looking forward to the game. Should be fantastic, and I will make my best endeavour to go up and watch it because I just think it's going to be a great atmosphere in the room.
I think they're sending a bus up from Bridgewater. Well, I'm sure they are.
Yeah,
quite a few are going up. So
yeah,
I'm sure you can get on the fun bus.
I don't think I want to get on there. I've seen what they get up to on that bus.
You won't come off.
No, exactly. I'd just be a withering mess at the other end. I think I'd rather drive up and get a travel lodge.
Save your sanity.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a great game. And then, of course, it's up to Newcastle at the end of August
for
the Paul Riley rematch.
Oh, he's going to be up for that one.
I think
he got beat heavily, didn't he?
They're all flying up there, aren't they? Yeah. That's one that I'd be a lot more confident of Max doing the business because, I'm not saying he's going to. I don't know, but you know, Paul's a great player, but I think Max is going to be so much more up for that game.
Yeah.
He's got a point to prove now.
It was a bit of a last-minute thing, I thought, wasn't it? Like them two playing, because I'd not really heard much of it, and I just then it sort of come about.
Yeah. As a commentator, I always try to remain impartial, but even if I'm backing, I've backed Max before, and I'd never be partial towards a player on a stream. But
I'm trying not to.
Now they're not in the room. Yeah, you're trying not to be, but the sigh when he misses an easy ball is giving it away.
I know. It's just disappointing because I know he'll be disappointed in himself.
The Riley versus Max game is August Bank Holiday weekend. They're playing it on the Sunday the 30th. Yeah, because it's Bank Holiday weekend. And unfortunately, I can't go because my cousins signed me up to go into Reading Festival on the Saturday. We did about 12 years of Reading Festival before I realised I was getting way too old for it. He talked me into going, and I said the only way I'll go is if it's just for one day. So we're gonna do the Saturday, which means I can't go to Newcastle. But
I think there's a few from our way flying up with Bishop and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got. That's one thing I do like about them lot down there. They get it organised early doors. FaceTime.
And I just had another update come through. Well, I had it come through 5 minutes ago actually, and that was the Josh Corkitt game. Josh versus Russell Frame, and Josh is currently 9-4 up. So he's doing the business. And my team stopped giving me updates 51 minutes ago when they were 7-0 down. So I'm guessing at some point somebody would have put, we won one, so I think we could be in trouble. Of course, not that anyone else is interested in that apart from me, but, you know, humour me. So it's Luke's turn to take his time to concentrate on where to go now. It's a tough ask. Yeah, he's played a very nice shot there. Shouldn't be too difficult to get out. I mean, he's got a 2-cushion escape. It's a reasonably big target. If he misses one by a small margin, the chances are he's going to hit the cushion and come around and get the other one. So there's a pretty big margin of error down there.
Looks like he's going for the one over the pocket.
Yeah,
he's just got to mind the direct in.
Oh,
perfect.
seemed to almost from the camera angle we had, it got very close to the black and then very close to the next red. But yeah, that's worked out pretty well. But Luke can open things up here if he pots this one. Now at the table with only really one difficult ball, but it's pretty horrible. But
yeah,
there's no real.
I don't think there's any value in going for
no.
it.
There's
now.
no.
I think
There's
that's
no.
what he's decided.
There's no natural balls to knock it out either, is there?
No,
There's
not really.
that nothing really lends itself to
developing it.
developing it. Yeah, I mean,
Just got the
if
same shot here again,
if
just
they're-
over the pocket.
Yeah,
just
pretty
make
much
sure
the
you
same
don't
one.
pot it. But if you
He's
pot it, you've got it in top.
yeah,
You just thing is, if you play
Oh.
this with top, you're cannon in the red. So
yeah,
you're
he
all
doesn't.
right.
He doesn't have to do anything with the
No,
with the
you're
white at all. He can
nicely
focus
on the black.
100% on the
Just
on the
confidence.
pot, and then he's just going to cannon straight into the red, and should leave the white in the vicinity. Just needs to play it confidently.
And
That's
he
a
has
great
done.
shot. Very nice.
That's a hell of a pot.
It's good stuff.
Big
And this
pressure.
really could be so much closer, couldn't it? I mean, it's. I know
he
he's still in
didn't take the
touch.
chances early doors, and that's what.
Well, even in the last couple of frames,
he's had
you know,
chances.
a miss black recently. You know, this could be even Stevens, couldn't it?
Correct. Yeah, no, I agree.
But he's still in touch. Only 3 behind.
And he's going to start going. He's going to start going.
Yeah. Steve just taking an impromptu break. Just heading to the bathroom.
Come on, Pibby.
Tried to open everything up there, but it's not quite worked out, has it? A bit unlucky there, really. They're all here for the taking.
That was the plan.
game seems to have opened up quite a bit. Luke started going for a few more shots. Cotter Savile. That's got to be G-Bet, isn't it? Who's Cotter Savile? Tell me your name, I will never speak again.
So there's another one going Steve's way by the look of it. Is this
Steve, or is that Luke?
Oh, Luke. Sorry. Do you know what?
What did you just have at the bar?
I know. I walked to the bar, came over, and he was kind of hidden behind the TV screen a bit.
Ah.
Blimey, they don't even look similar, do they?
No.
No
Steve will be insulted when he watches it back.
No excuses.
Are we banning Cotter Savile yet, or what? Because
Are we banning what?
are we banning Cotter Savile? We just
Oh, I see.
and you got Sky Channel 906 to watch or something.
Is that a friend of yours, by any chance?
I don't know. I don't know who it is. Obviously not. He can't spell my name right.
Got the opinion of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, Stevie. 19th frame.
And
Their money back on the pay-per-view. I understand.
They said you can keep it to buy a new pair of trainers. They look more. They don't look comfortable.
Must be Jeeves.
Called out Jeeves straight away.
Alright, Jeeves.
Yeah. Good. Good evening, Joe Jeebit.
And a big comeback coming from Russ Frame by the look of it. Now 9-7. So from 9-4 up, he's 9-4 down. He's won the next three.
Again, he did that from 4-0 down there, didn't he? 4-3. Sorry, Sam. Yeah. Don't worry, Jeeves. You'll get your comeuppance.
Tylee.
Be good to see you soon, Jeeves. I was meant to be going to Vegas, but fortunately, a bit too expensive, mate. That's unlucky there.
Yeah, it's a couple
Good
of times he tried to get into it, but
just not quite falling for him.
may have another chance here. It's a tricky little shot into the middle, but maybe
You don't pump these, do you?
no. But he doesn't really need to, does he? He just needs a nudge. If he can move those, there you go.
Stuck.
Stuck. Just needed the ball to release away, but held on the yellow.
Especially with the 3 up on the side left cushion. So if he can't pot from here, I think he should be in a world of trouble. He's gone for a lash, and I'm not being funny. He's not done badly out of it again.
He's come out pretty well.
Obviously, black's gone safe, but hopefully you can see that top one on the left.
That could have been a lot worse.
Top left rail. If you can clip half, well, pot this, clip half ball. Snooker him. Yeah, sensible shot.
And that's a bit of a in your face. I don't think you can clear up.
Yeah, I wish Jeeps. You can pay for me, mate. Yeah, he's doing all right. Joe, he's potted a few decent balls last couple of frames, mate. So yeah, you know, he's getting there. Just a couple of silly mistakes, but hey.
Yeah, it could easily be on an even kill.
Definitely, if he wins the next, I'm not being funny. I think if he gets level, gets within 1 frame, and he gets level, I think he's laughing.
Josh Corkett just gone 10-7 up.
Cork it the machine. Told you, if he gets that break going, it could be dangerous.
Nice opener by Steve, but managed to navigate round the table somehow.
Yep.
Get himself all the way back up to the top, and he's got an equally difficult shot lined up next. It's quite incredible that he found a gap all the way around.
Just got to say good evening to Phil Lee as well. Thanks for letting us down 15 minutes before we were meant to leave. He sat there watching Wakota Savile, so at least he's made half an effort.
This is a seriously hot room to be playing pool in. Both players struggling. They both keep returning to their corner and grabbing a cloth and wiping down their hands. Just easy to get sticky.
It's not the time of year for pool matches.
No, that really is a nice shot, and that's put him into a great position, right in amongst everything there.
Needs to be taking these out again.
Yeah, I mean it's
They're there, aren't they?
it's a series of stun shots, really.
Yeah.
I think personally I'd be playing the one closest to the right hand cushion, just playing it as a stun shot and then stunning into the one into the middle.
This is what's worrying me a little bit, that he's not, like, you know, where they are positioned. It's just bang, bang,
I mean,
bang, bang. It's just they're there.
Yeah, why think about it? I mean,
I'll just give him a shout out.
Yeah, literally is just a case of potting this one and just stopping it dead. Playing the next one, screwing it back 2 inches.
Like you say, series of stun shots. He's got to be making this too far.
Yeah, he's had a tendency on those shots to overhit them
The thing
by.
is, you can cut
by
this
quite a
back.
margin.
You can cut this back and still be, you know,
it's
perfect. But it's just
natural position.
not something you needed to be doing.
No.
And it puts different ideas in his head, which you don't need.
Yeah.
When you've got your way, you go, don't you?
As soon as you start putting negative thoughts in there, but it just did seem like a natural route, a natural map.
That's it. Confidence.
I mean, it's still, it's not ideal, but it should still be absolutely fine. Just a screw off for this one.
See, I would have. Why? I don't understand the top. Why would you top it?
I have
think
no
you'd
idea.
screw it.
I would have most certainly screwed that, because the thing was, if you screw that, come just down into the right hand side of the table, you've only got to.
In off. He's in off.
He is in off.
Mouth McKinley in the background. He's got away lightly there, but it's not going to happen all the time, is it? That's
Now the thing is, I mean, neither player will walk away from this. You know, I mean, there's a break coming up after the next frame, and unless one of them, you know, really plays well in the next one, neither player is going to take any confidence from this frame. It's going to put negative thoughts in both of their minds.
But see, the thing is, you've got 2 balls left on the table, and look, I just worry about his confidence levels, because look at the way he's looking at them. You know,
Yeah,
the amount of time he's just taken to take 2 balls.
yeah. Well, Tommy, what have you missed?
Yes, then, Steve.
Tommy
This
boy, is
is,
that Tommy Drury?
I'm not sure. I've seen Tommy on live stream a number of times this week.
May
I was
well
watching
be.
the Masters the other day. But, yeah, this is we're at Swindon 147 Club, and we're watching
Alright, Cozy. It's over now, son.
Steve Coles versus Luke Stoneham. Luke started very fluently, very confidently. Steve took his time to get back into the game. Really didn't get fluent for quite some time, but then he just started getting back into this, and he's playing a lot better, with a lot more confidence. Luke's getting a bit frustrated by the amount of time that Steve's taken over some of his shots. But as I said earlier, he just needs to put that out of his mind and carry on. Just find his best game again. You know, he's got a 3-frame lead, so. And yeah, this one, this one going into the break now. This could really have Luke looking over his shoulder if Steve can win this one and get back within 2.
Again, from 7-3 to
At the
11-9.
last break, it was a 4-frame deficit. Now it would be a 2-frame deficit.
And he's had numerous chances as well in this set.
A huge amount. But the thing is, this is the exact same situation as we had during the last break.
one.
It's a difference between 2 and 4.
Correct. And if he cuts it to 2, tell you what, if that red goes at the top right hand side, he's in a bit of trouble. I don't fancy getting yellows from there.
No.
The only thing is playing the yellow.
It's whether that red goes. I'm not sure that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that
The
goes.
only thing could be playing the yellow at the bottom right hand side of the table off the red. Yeah, in off the red. But I think, like I said, to be honest with you, with what we've seen tonight, no one's really asserting themselves, are they?
No.
Massively on the dishing side of things, it's going quite tactical.
Yeah.
And Luke Perry, no, you can't have the winner. Stop that.
So he's opted for yellows, and they're tricky.
I said it's the key shot, isn't it, off the red?
Yeah.
This is what I would like to see from Steve, the way he's just getting down and he's playing.
He
knows where he's going.
Yeah, absolutely. He's worked his map out before he's come to the table, and he's going to execute it. Whereas Steve, plays a shot, plays another shot, and then he's thinking about his map, and that goes into his mind.
See.
Put himself into a bit of trouble here. But, I don't know if this is so thin that he can get the yellow out. Oh, he's going to
Playing a double.
yeah.
See, we weren't even sure if he was playing the double there or the cut.
No. I mean, and now what a great opportunity for Steve to.
Tell you what, I think if he takes this, he wins the match. I really do. I think if he gets to 11-9, I think he's in his head about how long he's taken.
Yeah.
I really do. To gain 2 frames back in the 10, you know, and like you said, he had numerous chances to get more than that. Not with shots like that though. Sensible pull.
Yeah, now, I mean, he didn't need to be travelling that far by any stretch of the imagination, and really now I think he should be. I think the sensible option now is to
put it over this left pocket,
cut that red over the left pocket, isn't it? And just tie up that bag and try and consolidate in the frame. You know, he's really going to struggle to clear here. He's going to have to pull out a glory shot.
Like you said, the thing is, if you go for the pot here,
yeah, it's
just dead weight, to, you know, but I wouldn't be jacking it. Like what? Tell you what, he's got. Do you know what? He's not played a bad shot there because he's actually tied up the yellow on the side cushion, and the yellow there don't go. So. Shout out to Paul Y as well from Weymouth watching. Cheering on the Weymouth lads.
Won't be happy with that one, that's for sure.
The only thing that's in his favour here is that he's got to clip the red, so he's played it into the yellow, and he's played it quite well. I was about to say if he had to clip the red half ball and it was sending the white back down to the bottom half of the table, but
delicate little shot here, one that can roll across the net.
I don't think so. I think it's quite pretty straight.
Thought it looked like it had just a little bit more angle than that, and he had to play it gently to try and hold it. But
to be honest,
as it happens,
we're not taking any gimmies at the minute, are we? Though, from what we saw earlier.
No. But again, you know, Steve with a big opportunity there.
It's usually never a good sign.
I think he's just concerned that the middle bag's in the way of the natural angle that he wants to use to come back. I mean, obviously, you know, the black goes, but it's one of those that you'd like to be straight behind it, wouldn't you? Because
you don't want to.
If you're playing into a blind pocket and you've got to go between two balls, they can be a bit off.
Down now, so he's in the middle of the table. Because if he played at the top, he'd be on the top side right cushion. But
that's a very well controlled shot, and that's just about perfect. You didn't want to be playing that with any major angle because, you know, you've got to play between these two balls. There we go. And that, folks, is 20 frames under our belt, and it's another short break. So it's going to be another 5 or 10 minute break. So go and refuel your beers, get a cold one out the fridge, and we'll see you soon.
Why don't you just roll in behind it? There's no way of hitting it hanging enough to get that. Yeah, there was. If thick, you could have hit it thicker.
Yeah, I sort of see what you do, but
that's what I mean. You've been in control of every single frame of that. 11-9. I mean, it's 12 8. You've still got a massively boxed. But he's getting to the end of it. Start taking the fucking, you should see James' name on the street. Cotty Saffron.
tough competition because
Just this one. See how flat it is, but touch it.
five sizes too big. It's probably been fucking sweating for nearly 6 hours. Stoneham!
So here we are again. Luke getting us back underway after the break with a 4-frame lead. He's taken a lot of confidence from that last frame. Took his time over it, and he knew that was a huge frame. Now he just needs to win 7. I mean, Steve's got his work cut out, but you know he's by no means out of it. He's still staying in touch, and again another dry break. That's been one of the key features.
No, can I get a pint of water, please?
Yeah, just called a foul on himself. He's touched the red as he's bridged over. Good sportsmanship again. And we're currently trying to negotiate a stream for the Hayden Pinney Ben Mackey game tomorrow night. So if we can get that one under our belt, we'll be very pleased to bring you another game tomorrow evening. We're in negotiations, let's just say that. So hopefully we'll get that one.
It's still open, yeah?
And we'll certainly be advertising it, so you'll all be aware that that one's coming. Luke just asking the question, is it still an open table? Which, of course, it is, because the free shot just allows him to do whatever he wants off the first shot. And now red ball's in play. So I'll remind you, anyone joining us recently, we're Beard Productions. And we are coming from Swindon, the 147 club. Really good club. Not been there before myself, but it's good stuff. Nice club, nice venue. Certainly recommend this for any local players. And as I've always said before, if there's anybody out there who wants to play a money match, then please get in touch. If you'd like us to stream it for you, then get in touch through the Facebook page, Beard Productions. Also, go to the page and give us a like if you would. It's always going to help us out, help us get our name out there. The more likes we get, the better it is. Share it around your friends.
Good evening, Latalic. Sorry, mate, we was on a break, so I didn't get a chance.
Just an unwanted kiss. Now he's got to navigate
Back up to the red.
a lot of traffic to get back out.
I think you were going off the bottom cushion, trying to be aiming for the gap between the yellow and black. Yeah,
that would make a lot of
Right
sense. I mean, he'd be unlucky to.
not be on it. Full
Yeah.
ball kiss. That's
Yeah.
the only thing.
Yeah. And that, yeah, just that half ball.
Half ball. Don't go in top. Don't
No.
go in middle. Double. That's it.
Just jacking up.
So they say he sped up quite a bit. Like he was just about to go for it then.
Yeah. There's no real consolidation shot either with one ball left on the table,
No.
so it's going to have to be a bit of a hooray.
Don't think he can put anything safe.
Oh, it's a great
That's
effort.
unlucky.
Really
That's
nice
very
effort.
unlucky.
Yeah, very good effort. Well picked out.
If it had gone in, yeah. Again, commanding position here.
But nothing easy again.
I think he's got quite a big bag above, like if he took the middle yellow
Yeah.
out of the three at the top of the table. I think it flies in, so. But
Ben's match tomorrow is at Spenny's. Spenny's Sports Bar at Bridgewater.
Told him that earlier. I think he's just trying to drum up some interest.
Anthony asking us who the hell put One Direction on. What's more worrying is the fact that you actually know it's One Direction. 'Cause
Yeah.
no one here knew that. No one in the room. And George has got thumbs up. George put it on, apparently.
It's Ant's birthday tomorrow, so he's
George has got something wrong with his wrist. He was doing a Bisto sign at me then. He's oh no, it wasn't. It was the Kenko advert.
yeah. I think Steve's due out on an all-dayer tomorrow with Ant for his birthday, Anthony Malga. So watching in close proximity, so we can go out with him. Even though Coles, he's not drinking before Vegas.
I'm guessing Anthony must have put Shazam on his phone to realise that was One Direction. Because
I think he's just a big fan.
Nobody would have known that, would they?
Yeah.
Surely.
He looks like Harry Styles.
Mind you, Harry Styles doesn't do bad for himself, does he? I wouldn't mind looking like Harry Styles if I got that kind of talent. And David Pyle tennis, it's 10-8 to Josh. So that must have been a really long frame. That was that sounded like a fudge fest.
Did Russ take that one? Yeah, Russ took that one, didn't he? Then
yeah,
10-7,
yeah,
didn't it?
Yeah.
10-8, Josh.
There you go. Apparently, there's no jukebox in the house, so it was barman's choice. Blame the barman. So it sounds like Russ is staying in touch with Josh. Nothing in that. Anthony's saying that the wife recognised it. We believe you. We believe you. So how's our Ben Mackey Hayden Pinney string negotiations going on? Are we?
I'm waiting for young Hayden to get back to me. I'm not being funny. He's usually on it like a bullet,
Yeah.
or like a rocket, should I say? But no, I don't know. He must be out with someone for the evening, out with his missus or something. I'm sure he'll get back to me quick, fast. He's not practicing.
Josh's game, I think, Tom, is for 7,000.
Yeah, 3.5 each.
Yeah. A big game. Another big game. We say 7,000 like it's chicken feed, but you know, there's a decent family car there for somebody. These matches do escalate.
Correct. I said the game tomorrow, I think, was meant to be for 2 each, and it's gone to 3. And like I said, if the results go the right way tonight, I think it's gonna. I think Bishop got a bit excited and turned around and said it could be about 7-8 a man, but it depends, doesn't it? Depends how many Bishop has tonight.
And apparently there's a thunderstorm down in Weymouth, so we could be driving home through that tonight.
Yeah. It's that Hurricane Coles.
Yeah, Tom, we're trying to negotiate that as we speak. So we might have live pool for you tomorrow evening, maybe. Oh wow!
And on the black.
Wow.
Ref's got to watch this like a hawk. It's close.
Luckily, it's almost dead straight.
Shot. Very good shot.
That's the way to do it. Have a bit of a hooray, pot it straight in, and land perfect on your difficult black that only goes into one pocket.
Well,
that's the way to do it.
Mick Hill would have put it there.
Well played. Mick Hill probably would have put. I mean, I went to see the Mick Hill Chris Manning exhibition, and they were playing shots of that nature. You know, during the exhibition, Chris was playing some ridiculous shots. You know, rail first to pot because he couldn't get position, and it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, no. Back when I was younger, I was on the Pro Tour and I saw Mick Hill versus Steve Petty in the pro event, 7-all, and Steve Petty's missed this long black, like rattled in the jaws, tight as. Mick's got 7 balls left, 3 colours around this black, like on the rails, and he's dished, cleared up, and I couldn't believe it. I was watching in awe. Yeah, it's just unreal.
Well, Mick Hill was seen in the final the other day. It was open table. And he's played a plant behind his back.
I didn't see that frame. I
Yeah.
was working in the evening as well, so
Yeah.
I had it on my mobile, but I didn't see it.
He's opened it up because he couldn't quite reach it, so he's played it behind his back, and it was a plant on an open table. That was the confidence the guy was playing with.
Cotter Savills asking for odds on Colesy now. He's not out of it yet, Jeeps. He's not out of it yet. And yeah, Letalic, you need to get down there tomorrow, mate. Bring your fucking raincoat, mate.
Yeah, George, you're going to get told off from George.
I did. I didn't mean to say
F-bomb.
that's yeah, I apologise.
That's unfortunate. Just tried to nudge the yellow out and wafted past it.
There's always trouble between them two at money matches. Always. He threw a triangle at him last time. McKinley did. He was when he was playing Stoneham actually. He's starting to see everything.
That's
isn't he?
confidence.
Stroking him in.
Yeah.
Again, look where he left him if he's missed.
Yeah.
And I think he thinks that Steve isn't going to clear up wherever he leaves him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with a 5-frame lead, he just wants to stamp his
Just get
authority
on-
now
get
and
on
get it
with it,
finished. Yeah. Steve really needs to stop the rot.
See, that's wild. But he's got away with it.
Mind you, we saw a bit of wild in your game versus Dean Lapham, didn't we?
Agreed. Yeah. The thing is, like I said to you, I watched it back, and the thing is, I'm usually quite a, I don't know, consistent, considerate, and you know.
Yeah.
But I just don't know what happened that night. So I was playing well in the first half of the match, and after that, like I spoke to Dean about it the other day actually, because we're quite good friends, and I rung him and spoke to him, and we just said that he knew that I knew he wouldn't clear up wherever I left him, and it was true. So yeah, I said I saw all the comments and everything, and I was thinking, I don't want people to think badly of me, and it's quite a daunting thing. To people, it's given the people the option to judge the way you play, and I was thinking it's quite a new experience for me. And
that's the thing about these streams. It's you're suddenly opening it up to a lot of people to watch and judge you. You know, it's,
no, but I agree. Like obviously,
a different dimension.
The only thing was obviously I was happy that I won. I got there, and that was the main thing on the night. You know, so
yeah.
But I know there's a rematch due between us in either September or October. So in All Stars in Bristol, which was agreed before the game. So yeah, be both up for it. I'm sure he wants his money back. So be a good night.
Yeah, and to be fair to Dean, he didn't show what he can do that evening, did he? I mean, he's a quality player, so he didn't do himself a massive amount of justice that night, did he?
No, I totally agree. The thing is, I've known him for years, but I've not really I've seen him play at tournaments and stuff, but I've not seen him play in depth, like in money match stuff. And there's always been sort of a little rigmarole around him that he doesn't really perform for money.
Yeah.
And that, like, obviously he didn't at all. And the thing is, the game before I played Zach Shepherd, I didn't miss. I literally did not miss a ball. So for me, going from that to that was quite a bit of a bombshell for myself. But like I said, I got the result at the end of the day, and that was the main thing. Bit of a Man United, not playing well, not playing pretty, but I got the result. So.
Yeah, got a job.
Cool in all pockets.
He's given away
Fouled.
2.
Yeah.
He certainly has, and covered the pockets.
But the thing is with it, look at him. They're even cheering in the crowd that he's done it because they think he's not going to clear up. He just needs to start proving them wrong.
So what's the shot? I mean, you know, two realms covered.
You've got I would play that yellow on the left-hand cushion, down the rail, and rattle it.
Yeah, yeah. Take the bag, yeah.
No,
Buy-
she
buy
can't really
yourself
put it
some
there.
time.
Yeah, I would roll it down the rail and then just cover the hole, but he's not covered it. He's not covered it enough. But again, just tap this off the rail, leave
Yeah.
him tight on the top cush.
Yep. Pretty difficult snooker.
But it's not ideal compared to having the pocket covered and you couldn't
Absolutely.
really lose the frame.
Yeah.
Make sure he's out in the open. It's a good shot.
Yeah. And it's
Listen, Stevie!
not the easiest get out because, I mean, the one cushion escape, the yellow's obscuring the ball, you know, half
Yeah.
the ball. So it's not as straightforward.
I think he's got to be going for a treble. Yeah, it's not really. He's got to be going treble with check, just above the middle pocket, I reckon.
Oh, what a shot. He's only gone and done it again.
Like that.
That's incredible. That's a fantastic shot. Wow. Oh, hats off to him. I mean, there's no fluke in that. Great shot. Yeah, and comment from Sean McGrath. I couldn't agree more. I say it pretty much on every stream. It's difficult. It's difficult. It adds another dimension when you're on the stream.
Yes, Stoneham! Yeah! Go on,
And yeah, hats off to anyone who's going to get in front of the stream and play for big money. I mean, it's bad enough playing for big money, but when you got the stream watching you, and with the greatest respect to us, we're quite an imposing setup. If you've ever seen us, you know we've got 4 camera views, 5 camera views, no 4 camera views. Microphones set up above the table, wires hanging everywhere, monitors everywhere. You know, there's a lot of equipment that we bring in. It's not just an iPad and a microphone, and we've got a lot of gear here. So it's to play under these conditions, it does add a massive dimension.
Big setup.
It is a big
Didn't
setup,
realise how
yeah.
big it was until obviously I've sat here tonight. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
we've got three big monitors in front of us, and you know, and equally, you know, wherever we go, we put the stream on to the
TVs.
to the
See
TV
that,
screens as
yeah.
well. So we've got it up on the TV screens here as well. So the players, you know, when they're down on a shot, it's just in the back of their eye line. They're kind of looking at themselves on the big screen as well.
Yeah. I'll message the Paul. Young Hayden, he don't want it streamed. I don't know why, but he said he's not up for it. He wants to know the Josh score.
Yeah, let's see if we've got any updates. Here we go. Josh lost, yeah, so we knew about 10-8. That was the technical frame.
So the next 11-8.
He won the next one. It's now 11-8.
Yeah,
So
he's
it's-
asking about the Josh because I think he wants the money raised. So. Money raised, but no stream. God knows.
Yes, Luke! Come on! Play, Luke!
We'll run you through the other views. I mean, you've been watching this for a while, and
If
Paul,
you can't
Paul,
see
our,
the shot, Metallic,
Paul-
it's yeah, they'll move it.
Paul, our producer,
Yeah.
he runs through the different angles at various intervals through the match. There's
There's one for
There's
you,
one of
Natal.
our angles. There you go.
Come in, Steve.
Great view of it. And there's the other one from the other side. And then we've got a low down from the end of the table and a high up. And very soon we're going to have the what do we call it? The bird's eye view.
From above.
The camera right
From
above the
above.
table, looking down from above. And that's going to be a great addition as well.
Where'd you fit that? In the light?
Yeah, pretty much in the light. Yeah, it's quite a small camera, so it's
He knows how to do it.
yeah.
He's got it sussed.
And with the addition of, and I'm still waiting for it, the addition of action replays, which we've been. Paul's been promising us for a while.
I'm not being funny. That ball he just nailed off 3 rails. You need that on action replay.
We would like-
Everyone.
We'd like to see an action replay of that one, Paul.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to get this software sorted. He's just shaking his head and looking a bit mystified. To be honest, it's
got Mr. Dennis Hearn on the
Hey, there we go.
on the stream as
we,
well.
We have the action replay, but he's not activated it.
Yeah, don't
See?
activate, no.
Come on, Paul. When are we going to have it?
Yeah, Dennis Earn, go on, Stoneham. Yeah, he's playing all
Can we
right,
have
Dan.
can we have a timeline on it? Oh, did you hear that?
He said he'll activate the action replay. Well, people, you need to start.
Did you hear that?
How much is it going for tomorrow night? That's what we need to know. How much are we offering it out for? How much are people willing to pay to watch
watch
Hayden
it.
Pinney whack me up?
I'm glad you said whack you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think the alternative anyone would want to be seeing that.
Nah. Like I said, if we can increase the pot, it'd be quite nice.
I don't know whether that was a kick or what actually happened there, but clearly he was trying to get behind the black, and he's had a bit of a howler.
Look, so you got love for the bird's eye view already. Look. Got a big chance here. Needs to be taking these. Stop it. That's it.
Yeah, nice kiss, but a bit unfortunate that one's come out right behind the black, and it's still just awkward. Life is not easy for Steve at the moment, but he's got a fairly easy safe. Just like that. Could have done with that ball just coming out another couple of inches
inch,
just
yeah.
to
Cover
that side rail. Because the way Luke's playing at the moment, I wouldn't put him past it to nail this.
Hanny. Yeah, cheers, mate. That slipped out. Passionate.
So there we go. I'm quite
I'll tell you
excited. I'm
what.
quite excited now. We're going to have the action replay if we get the game tomorrow night.
Is there such a thing
Paul's
as
gonna bring it
a
out.
snooker when Stoneham's at the table? He keeps
I mean,
potting
that's-
out of him.
Yeah,
What's
as
going
I
on?
said, I just anticipated him potting that. He's just hit another gear now, hasn't he?
It's craziness. Yeah, flying.
And the one thing that's key for me about these streamed matches is we only really have decent quality players,
Yeah.
and the quality of players that we have, they're naturally going to be good because they're playing for pretty big money.
Yeah.
So you would anticipate a lot more breaking dishes. The Lake in Nosco game, I think we had 2 all night.
There was underrated. Like between them
you,
two,
you
that's
against
nothing.
Dean. You
There
against
wasn't
Dean,
a lot.
There was just a few. There was
That's Spenny's fit, them tight pockets.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. But again, I don't think have we had one today. I don't.
Don't think we've had a break dish.
No, and for these two players to play 23 frames and not have a break dish,
George shaking his head. He's like, nope, definitely not.
it's quite unusual.
It is. It definitely is.
Even I get the occasional breaking dish now and again. They say every squirrel finds a nut.
Tell you what, you've just said it. Look at the Reds.
I know. But he had this exact same situation in the first frame.
Don't jinx it.
Okay, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not saying a word. This is going to be our first breaking dish.
Yeah.
Here we go. 17-8 would be an interesting result because it's first to 19.
Yeah.
So unless he has 17-8 and breaks his leg and has to go to hospital or something.
Mr. Hearn, you've got a game coming up in Swindon, haven't you?
And Dan Chanter was fishing earlier. He wanted to play. He wanted to play Luke. He wants to play Luke if Luke wins tonight. He wants a match versus Luke. So
Who's this? Luke Perry.
no, Dan Chanter wants a match against Luke Stoneham. If
See, I asked him for a game.
Yeah,
And he played Dean, didn't he?
he did. He did.
Yeah.
Kev Richardson on the stream. Okay, what I'm going to do now, because it's some hours after we started, I'm just going to give you a quick précis of both players. We have Luke Stoneham, 38 years old. His partner's Cara. He's got 2 boys, Josh and Jack. He comes from originally Chippenham, now lives in Hampshire. He started playing pool at 14 years old. Got into it through his dad's mate. He was a sponsored snooker pro. Left school early and was a pro between the age of 17 and 19, but didn't quite make the cut. His best mates with Stephen Lee. He played with Stephen Lee just about every day for a couple of years. His accolades are that he's very recently made the Black Ball England team. Finished top 10 within Wiltshire, and he trialled in Reading recently and made the team. They're going to Killarney soon to play, and he's really excited about that. He's made a number of century breaks in snooker, as you would expect, with him being a pro. But his highest break was 123. You would expect that maybe to be a little bit higher. Biggest influence is Stephen Lee, his dad, as well. And his ambition is to cement himself in the England team. His favourite Q Sport player, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Jack Whelan. And also a lot of respect for Clint Jansen.
The face.
His opponent is Steve Coles from Weymouth, also 38 years old. He's getting married next month. He's off to Las Vegas on Wednesday. So he needs this win to give himself a bit of extra spending money, but it's going to be a messy affair anyway. How many's going, do you know?
What, to the
To
stag
Vegas,
do?
yeah.
There's a fair few.
Is there?
Yeah, I think I was going to be like number 11.
Oh, wow.
I think there's about 10 of them.
It's going to be a sicker. They're staying at Planet
Yeah,
Hollywood
it's
as well.
carnage,
So.
yeah.
And it's the World Series is on. I said if you're into pool poker at all, go and have a...
They were going to go for the Aldo McGregor, and it's just been called off.
Oh,
hasn't it?
wow,
So
yeah,
they
yeah,
were
yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
livid.
Yeah, so he started playing at 15. He was county world rules when he was younger. He stopped playing at the age of 27, moved up to London. He was working, had no time to play. Started again when he had a bit more time on his hands at 37, only about 6 or 8 months ago. His accolades have been up to Yarmouth and played in Interleague, Player of the Year for Dorset. He played a lot with Keith Brewer, and he cites him as his biggest influence. Actually, absolutely hates black ball rules. Hates them with a passion. World Rules player, but Luke wouldn't play World Rules, so he's playing black ball. Because this is a rematch. Luke took honours in the first game a few months ago. He's currently playing county for Dorset. His ambitions really are just to keep improving his game and get back to where he used to be. His favourite Q Sport players, Chris Melling, Gareth Potts and Ronnie O'Sullivan. He wants to play a few more money matches, so get your challenges on the table for him. So there you go, those are the 2 players.
Not a walk in the park here for Luke. Tell you what, he's playing though. Fancy him taking out most things.
Yeah, that was a horrible little kiss, and left themselves in all kinds of strife here.
Clip it, half ball off the yellow towards the top left. A lot of coverage up there
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
snooker, isn't he?
Yeah.
Thing is, the way he's playing, I wouldn't put him past him dropping it out the rail.
Doing a sensible
Great
thing.
shot. The thing is, like he said earlier, he's playing the right shots.
Enough room to...
The thing is, if you're potting it,
You've got no shot.
the thing is, yeah, you might be able to swerve it and pot the one at the bottom pocket, but chance in the white. Try and get a solid top, go off the top and side rail and try and clip in behind it. Maybe down there. That's the only thing you can really do, I would say. But
What about just rolling up to it dead weight? Doesn't really leave much for... there you go, that kind of shot.
great shot.
Doesn't leave much, does it? I mean, he could have...
Left in the long pot.
Yeah, he could have done with just being another couple of inches to
Left.
the right of the table,
Wow.
and he wouldn't have had the angle to pot this, perhaps.
Yeah. Even if it's a couple of inches to the left, it makes it harder pot just on the angle.
Yeah.
I think it's quite straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
That's a rare miss. That's a rare
What
miss.
wasn't easy, but
No.
Wasn't easy, but the way he's been playing, you'd expect him to get
He
it.
didn't leave himself much in the way of position either.
He's got to be just dropping his dead weight. Full ball. He's missed the whole ball. See, this is Luke knows he's getting visits again and again. That's why he's going for things that he probably usually wouldn't go for. But that is terrible.
Ordinary shot. Just
I think that's a bit below ordinary. I think he's not left himself on anything.
Well, he's just missed the angle, hasn't he? He's tried to thin clip it and bring the white out, but just hit it a little bit thicker than he wanted to.
You make sure though. You make sure you're on a ball, don't you? Surely
you have
from
to.
there.
Yeah.
Said any ball, the way he's playing, the way he's potting, you fancy potting most things on the table.
Yeah. If there's anyone new to the stream, please do like our Facebook page. Keeps you up to date with all of our upcoming games.
Come in, Stevie, come!
Tried to play that as a bit of a shot to nothing and cover the one over the bottom corner. He was always going to leave something. If he didn't leave that one, he was going to leave the plant. But again, not a shot to relish. Should be fine. Should just be able to bump it in. Yeah, he's played that one well.
Stevie!
And should now just pull this deficit back. Just needs to keep plugging away.
The thing is, if he keeps getting given chances like this, he'll take them. But is that the commentator's curse?
That is, that was a novice error. It's got to be said. It's a novice error. I mean, I've done it myself, but
Don't blame me.
no, that was definitely your fault.
That was sorry.
He can.
I pushed the cue through and everything. Sorry.
Absolutely. It was, schoolboy error. Don't worry, I've bopped a few players before now, so.
Probably my black last game.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Kev said he left and they were 8-1 down.
Yeah, the last I heard it was 10-2. So at least we won another frame.
No, it's 5 past.
My goodness. It's gone 11 o'clock
Get
again.
in. Oh, tell you what.
He kind of played
It's a
that.
great hit, that
He kind of
is.
played that much better.
It's a great hit.
So Rob Lawrence just telling me that Josh is now 12-8 up and playing with a lot of confidence.
12-8 cork it. Apparently he's buzzing. Stop playing.
Just a touch scrappy now. I mean, this happened earlier. I have to say it's pretty warm in here tonight, so it's I think that's also playing a little bit of a factor. Trying to keep your focus over this period and concentrate with in this kind of heat. Not easy. Both players feeling it as well.
Is it wrong?
Oh, that is just a bit unfortunate. Well worked out, but just missed it.
An extra inch or so.
Yeah. Yeah, we all need an extra inch or so,
Correct,
don't we?
yeah,
I mean,
that's what most men hear, isn't
eh?
it? Yeah.
You line them up and I'll hit them out of the park. That's fine. There we go. That was one that Steve really should have took that one, but we've said that a number of times today, haven't we?
I want to know who Tommy Boy is. I think it's Tommy Jury, but it's probably not. Doubt it is.
I saw Tommy taking a lot of grief actually on the. Tommy was on the Masters stream the other day, taking some.
What, Tommy Jury?
No, Tommy Boy. Was,
Is that who it is?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
just
don't know.
in general.
I just saw him on the Masters stream the other day
fair
on
enough, yeah.
on CLC. No breaking dishes.
Still no break dish.
No, absolutely. I'm just we've got it up on a second screen up here. We've got the live in time screen that we've linked into, but we've also got a second. The landlord's put it at the actual stream, and of course there's a bit of a lag. There's probably a minute and a half lag.
Just make some money on who wins the next frame.
Yeah, I was thinking that we can either make a bit of money. Or I was actually watching it, hoping it got a bit better.
Someone walked in and had a few drinks. I bet he wins that frame.
Yeah.
Leave it to me, Jay.
I bet he plays an unreal treble.
No, that was
That was a good shot.
that was a joke. It's I think Luke's playing pretty well. I mean, he's been pretty fluent throughout. It's
Yeah, it's like you said, he was a bit negative with that last long ball, but
Yeah.
again, he didn't get punished. Like I said, Steve's my mate, but he's just not punishing him, which is what he needs to do. It's not Tommy Jury.
no.
No, that's good. He's out working, earning some money back. Anyway, Dennis, you never replied earlier. Are you playing at Swindon, or you and Charlie? It's a rumour I heard.
Someone
It's the only
mentioning Charlie's slippers.
yeah, it's the only pair of shoes he's got, metallic.
It's
It's the only top pair of shoes and shorts he's got, mate.
He's got
You
some
just don't want to
moccasins.
see the boxer shorts. Poor kid.
nobody wants to see that.
No, Christ. They used to be white.
Am I right in thinking that Charlie and George Bennett have got a bit of a rivalry going? I always see George giving Charlie a bit of abuse.
The thing is, they give it each other. But if it come down to the nitty gritty, Charlie is miles the better player.
Is he?
He is miles the better player. Like I know George quite well. And the thing is, the first time I met George, Terry Humphreys was offering me versus George for £1,000 a man,
Yeah.
and I'd not been playing. I just went to Interleague
Yeah.
in Yeovil, and then George found out who I was, and like not like in that sense, but he just you know,
Yeah.
and he messaged me the next day. Sorry, mate, I'm not playing you. Different league, and I was like, all right, well, just it was quite an embarrassing sort of thing. I was like, "Ooh." But no, George is a nice kid. I've known him for quite a few years now.
Yeah.
Obviously Charlie I've known for a lot more years, but yeah, I think if they got it on, there need to be a start involved, definitely. Charlie,
Yeah, I mean, I know George's game. I've played in the same team as George for
Yeah.
a couple of years, but never seen Charlie play. So
no, I would say
Can't
a
comment.
similar start to what he got off of my mate Justin Fanning when they played in Yeovil for
Yeah.
250 quid, about 3 to 15, I think would be about fair.
okay.
What are you chatting about now? I've offered him 5 for 22. It's agreed. What was I was? I was confident until you want 30 in a row. Charlie versus Bar. Telling him Charlie's offered him another game, but Clark said no.
So Luke requiring just another 3 frames. Steve Steve needs to get something going. That's what needs to happen there. He needs to put together a little run of 3 or 4 frames now. Just
Cool on the pocket rocket.
Yeah.
Stick it up his backside. Might need that. Need something just to get going.
Yeah, he needs some drums. That's what he needs.
Yeah, no atmosphere.
Yes, then, Stevie.
I don't know the answer to that question, Tom. Charlie v Bart, that's the question. What's happened to Charlie v Bart?
It got called off, I think, initially because of backing issues, but then it's been reoffered.
Okay.
And we're just awaiting. Yeah. I think it's just being renegotiated for a date at some point. When Bart wants it.
Where's that one going to be played?
Well, I think they initially agreed in Yeovil. I think that's why, because I don't think he would come to Weymouth. I think he'd need to start. Not being disrespectful, I think he'd need to start if he come to Weymouth because obviously home table, home advantage. But I think it was off level if they went to Yeovil.
Yeah.
George sounds like my standard. He's not that bad, Dennis.
George is. George just played a money match last week.
Do you
For
know what?
1500 each at Spenny's.
George has got it. He has, but he doesn't have the time to play because literally he has about 3 months of football that he 3 months outside the football that he can play pool.
Yeah.
Because this was what me and him spoke about when we were arranging a game.
He doesn't have the time to practice at it. I mean, he's a quality player. But
Yeah,
he played
ability.
Played a money match. I'm not sure who he played. I can't remember the name of the guy.
It was the other week.
He played a money match last weekend. Yeah. And he won it.
Yeah, no, I know he did.
Yeah.
Justin beat him at the start.
Yeah, Justin gave him 3 to 15. Justin Fanning gave him 3 to 15 and beat him 15-10 or 15-12. Bearing in mind, George broke dish the first frame and then dry broke just and he dished. So, but Justin Fanning beat Dennis Hearn for Dennis. Dennis knows Justin quite well.
Yeah.
For I think it's about 6 or 7 grand. So, yes, Justin is a good player. Big treble, top it straight through. Slid a bit. Knocked it safe though.
And the score in the Josh game has gone 13-8. So it sounds like he's firing. Oh, apparently we're now only losing 12-4. We've managed to win 4 frames. Can't be bad.
Yeah, I'll give you a game of Blackball if you want, Simon Webb. I don't really play them, but we'll have a little game if you want.
Ben Mackey saying that he doesn't really play blackball. I don't believe that for a second.
I'm a world
I heard you.
But see, this is where we had our wires crossed last game because on the stream, obviously when I watched it back, everyone was saying that world rules would suit Dean Lapham.
Yeah.
No, it's completely the other way around.
Oh,
Black balls would suit him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, which I wanted to put straight tonight because didn't agree with it. It's going crazy on the chat.
It's all this talking money matches. They're all keen to get involved. We love it.
The money match scene has gone absolutely crazy within the last 12 months, 2 years, and it's just gone nuts. I know there was games before, but just there's so much frequency now, and
Yeah.
it's just unreal.
Well, and also it's more widely known because
Yeah.
a lot more are getting streamed. So. Which is obviously a great thing. I love the fact that pool streams. I mean, it's not just from a personal perspective because I'm involved in it. I think that pool should be streamed much more. I don't think it gets anywhere near enough coverage through mainstream TV. Sky probably show one tournament a year. They show more 9-ball than they do 8-ball, which is a great shame. And I think it's just such a great spectator sport. There's so many people play it. Looking in Yeovil alone, we've got something like 50 teams in Yeovil alone.
Well, like public.
Yeah. It's got to be up around there because we've got 2 World Rules Leagues and 3 EPA rules. There's at least 4 interleague sides. There's 50 teams around Yeovil. Just Yeovil. I mean, that's just one small town. There's so many people that love pool, and we just need to get it out there and just get more and more on the streams. I think it's great to watch. Great viewing. I watch a lot of stream pool.
Why don't you ever have Clint's matches on here? He usually goes for MMTV, doesn't he? Money Match TV?
Yeah.
Up north, isn't it? It's a lot more up there.
Well, Money Match TV, I think, I might be mistaken on this, but I think they're limited to the White Rose. Do they do anything?
I don't really know, but obviously I knew they...
I've only seen MMTV from Andy Appleton's club, the White Rose.
Yeah, maybe then. That might be the case.
I have a feeling that...
Who streamed Clint's game? The last one with Jordan Shepherd?
I'm not sure.
Because I knew there was a stream.
Rhino does a lot.
Yeah, maybe it might go up there.
Rhino just siphons up all the work. we love you really, Rhino. Yeah, in answer to that, Sean, I mean, yes, I mean, the thing is for us, we've only been going since December, so 6-7 months, and obviously we're still getting our name out there. It's getting bigger, and it's trying to get the ball rolling. We need likes on Facebook. We just need people to watch it. And every stream we play, we had at times we had over 800 players watching Max's last game against. Max's game against Nosco, and 500 watching the game against Jez Graham.
The thing is, you've got to look at it. Is you've got Max versus Lakin for 800, and you've got a player like Craig Boyle versus Mark Boyle versus Craig Waddingham for 30 grand, and they've got 1,000 people. So 200 extra people watching. It's not much difference, is there, really, for the size?
Absolutely, and that's the thing. That's why I keep asking people to make sure they like our Facebook page, because people need to know it's there. There'll be so many hundreds of pool, thousands of pool players out there that don't know we exist and would like to watch these games. So it's just about getting our name out there. And the more we can do it, then the more
everyone like and share.
Absolutely, like and share. That's what it's all about. And that's not for my own personal benefit. It's just because I love watching stream pool, and I would happily watch it, at the weekends, anytime. Yeah, and I know, Tom, you saying that, 10 years ago, you would have been involved about as much as anybody, I think, wouldn't you? You would have been getting stuck right into these money matches. I think you were keen for them back in the day and couldn't find yourself a game because no one really played them. Now they're just far and wide. Look, today you've got 2 players. One from Weymouth, one from Swindon. How much further apart can they be playing for a few thousand? It's incredible, and it's fantastic. And of course, not every game is going to be fantastic and fluent. And in all honesty, in all the games I've covered, I've never really seen any player reach their full potential. But as they get more used to playing on the stream, I think it'll become easier. They'll become more used to it. Yeah, and that's the other key as well, Kev, is the fact that players of any level. The bottom line is you don't have to be a brilliant player to play a money match. You just have to find somebody at your level that you think you can beat, and who will give you a game. Both players obviously go into a game thinking they can win. So it's great to. It's great to have so much activity going on. Tomorrow night there's a money match in Spenny's. There's a money match at the Standard in Yeovil between Rob Lawrence, Steve Tippett, Hayden Pinhay against Ben Mackey in Bridgewater. I mean, there's so many around. It's fabulous. But it needs to be opened up so the rest of us can see them as well.
Suck his fucking eyes out!
The white, please. The white.
Come on, man! Yes, Lukey, come on! Go ahead, Lukey! Come on, Lukey, one good one, mate. Come on, one good one. Yes, Lukey!
There we go, and Luke doing the business again to go 17-9. And, wow. What to say? I mean, it's a massive hill for Steve to climb.
Hey, you could at least get one long enough, couldn't you? Get one that fits.
So Luke getting us underway in frame number 27 and just needing 2 more for the win. Yeah, Tommy. In fact, we all have beards. Paul as the master of the three beards. It's a very distinguished ginger fellow. Quite well coiffed. He obviously goes to the barber's to get that one trimmed up. Looks lovely. And George has a pencil thin little goatee with a pencil thin bit of beard around the side, and mine's just a bit of stubble. So what can I say? To be fair, this is a 25-year-old stubble. I haven't actually shaved it off in 25 years. So yeah, in answer to your question, all three of us have beardies. Sean, Ben would probably be able to answer that question better than me. I mean, I genuinely don't know. I mean, Luke is a vastly experienced player. He's played a lot of money matches. Ex-snooker pro when he was young. Century break maker. Whereas Steve, a good player, but had 10 years out of the game and only came back about 7 or 8 months ago. So it's like I don't know. On paper, maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough about them. They must consider themselves to be on a par because, there was no start given, so. I'm hoping, Tom, that we're in for a finish. I could see a massive comeback now. So we'll, like a 4 a.m. Yeah, I think the picture in Beard Productions, that's probably a bit of a combination between George's goatee and Paul's coiffed beard. Is that based on you, Paul, that Beard Productions little picture there? Did you put some shades on and do a sketch of yourself one day? Looks a bit like me, actually. Yeah, the eyes. The big black eyes. So come on then, Steve. Can we make a game of it? Back at the table again. Tommy, if it gets anywhere close to 4 a.m., we'll be in a car on the way home. They can just finish it. We're just going home. But I will be interviewing the winner after the game again. So stick around and you'll be able to see my wonderful beard. We'll probably just look to cover the bag now. Oh no! Going the aggressive route. Feels that he can get on this red. I'm not sure if there's space just to pot it off the back of the black, but of course then you're. Well, you can try the skill shot. But yeah. Oh, that's worked out nicely. I was going to say the skill shot would have been suicidal. But. Yep, just overcut that one.
Lukey.
Steve with his work cut out here. He's going to look to try and attack these two on the top rail straight away, but just hasn't found the angle. Obviously wanted to try and get a bit higher so he could attack the plant. Really needs to find a good position to. I don't think it's quite straight. I think it's makeable, but he needs to get pretty much right behind it.
Come on, Stoneham! Come on, Stoneham! Come on in! Chicken gravy.
And I don't know if Steve's covered it. Even if he has covered it, it's a pretty easy up and down. Oh, he's just going to bend it. Good shot. So just one more required from Luke.
Foul. Before you start cheering, you've got to be the black first. Not the yellow. This is the rule.
And Jason, our referee, just changing the score over. 18-9. Yeah, so as I said, I don't know if this is going to be the last frame. Might be a number of frames yet, but we are doing an interview with the winner afterwards, so stick around and listen to that. We're going to have a chat.
Come on, Stoneham, this one's it. Let's Stoneham, come on, let's go.
And the kind of break that Steve really wasn't looking for there. Giving Luke a good early opportunity. Yeah, taking a little bit of a liberty, but he can afford to with this lead. So upcoming events from us. Hopefully, if we can negotiate tomorrow's match. Oh, apparently the scoreline is 17-10. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Oh. Oh. Well, there we go. We missed that. That was the last frame, yeah? So in the last frame. Oh. Wow. Well, there you go, guys. And in the shot that Luke swerved, he just caught the red. Just a little thin glance on the red on the way past. I totally missed that. I don't think anyone ever saw that. The ref, eagle-eyed ref spotted it. So there we go. It's actually 17-9. Sorry, 17-10. What am I saying? I'm still getting it wrong. Yeah. Whoa. So Luke just knocking his balls around, just trying to get him in the open. Understandably so. I mean, he's taken some small liberties, just trying to open the frame out. Still a ball tied up in the top. There's another under-hit shot. And this actually gives Luke a reasonably good chance. I mean, he's got a thin clip on the middle, but a natural angle just to bump the other one out. Ooh, missed the pot, just took his eye off of it, but second best result.
Come on, Stoneham! Yes, Stoneham! Stop it!
So this does look like it's probably going to hill for Luke. The black passes into the right hand pocket, so just need to screw this one 3 foot down the table. There we are. And this one to get himself on the hill.
Big dog!
18-10. And Luke with the break. Be looking for a nice, he's had a lot of dry breaks today. He'll just be looking for one nice big break. Wow, so many dry breaks. Yellows, yeah, the yellows definitely look the ball with a nice angle here. Roots.
Come on, Luke! Let's go!
Steve just sped up a little bit.
It's coming down!
Not really focusing on his shots. Maybe just head gone down a little bit, perhaps. Expected. Actually, you mentioned the guys talking in the background. They're actually not talking that loudly, but we've got 2 new effects mics, brand new ones that we're using today, and they pick up just about every sound. They pick up a pin dropping. So the guys chatting in the background. It's getting picked up and it sounds pretty loud. Equally with us talking, I mean, it comes over loud and clear over the airwaves, but the players, rest assured, they pretty much won't hear a thing we're saying. Amazing what a good microphone does. Steve not giving up yet. He's just taking the defensive option. Just trying to consolidate. Claw himself somehow back into this game. I'm not sure where Ben's gone, actually. I think he might have flushed himself down the toilet. I think, oh, he's viewing from the other end of the room now. I thought maybe he was sweating a bit at the thought of having to part with money tomorrow evening. Gone to cool himself down. Then we have to get that game arranged, Tom. Let's find you an opponent. Get yourself on the practice table. Luke's going to be hungry for an opponent. Dan Chant is chomping at the bit. I think he might have just been a bit unfortunate there. I think he's left a line through to this ball. I mean, okay, it might double. I don't think he can quite get to the angle, but he's been a bit unfortunate to even leave a look at it. If you can't see it, you can certainly go cushion the side. Yeah, played the treble. Just lost the white. Again, as I say, he's just taking a couple of liberties. He can pretty much afford to. So this is practice table stuff. Pot and screw, pot and roll through. We'll run it through for the middle bag. It should really be 18-11. Much closer to the middle bag than he would have wanted, but still okay, just a drop in. There we go. Another frame on the board.
Ride him! Ride him! Suck his glove off! Don't laugh like that. You look like a girl. You act like a girl. You sound like a girl. You're fucking tiny fat. I tell you what, I really hate when people call me fat because it's so untrue. Put your bald head away. Go with it. You've got a haircut. Yeah, so well. How can you look at you? How are you not fat? Look at you. Yeah, look at the fucking fat you. At least I'm good looking with it. I see.
Why are you companies
I think he's wearing your t-shirt. And you can at least wear one that fit, surely. Yeah, but mine fits.
So, frame number 30. Oh, that's interesting, Tom. So, so Ryan's asked for a rematch. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me actually. It's he didn't cover himself in glory in the last one. He knows he can play a lot better than that. And I don't think his head was quite in the right place. So it'll be an interesting rematch. Look forward to that one. And where's that one going to be? That one's at your venue, I take it this time, won't it? Maybe Bristol All Stars. So Steve getting this one underway and finding a lot of balls. Has potted a yellow and 2 reds. Nothing gone brilliantly, but if the red goes into the middle, yeah, if the red goes into the middle, then I would expect them to go reds here. But yeah, well, deciding to go yellows. I mean, I can understand that too. It's one of those kind of 6 and a half a dozen, I think. So potted one of each off the breaks, basically nominating reds, and just tried to play a little safety shot. Oh. I think that was his world rules inexperience, black ball rules inexperience coming in there, I'm not sure. Because it's still obviously an open table. Unless I missed something, sorry, I just looked away because I was getting a drink, so I didn't actually see what happened. So. That is unfortunate. He's put a lot of check side on that to try and get down this side of the table, and he's put so much check side on it, he's run all the way down into the pocket. So Luke with a really good opportunity now to put this one to bed. Just really about this shot. Just needs to find himself position on the one on the top rail. Done pretty well there. Has a decent angle. Just to run the white back out. I think he was playing that. He was playing that to centre. He's still got it in centre as a fine cut. You can see top corner. Got half a pocket to play for. It's a little bit hampered, and of course that doesn't really afford. I think the black does go below the yellow. But, just a bit awkward. Could have done with a foot less of pace. So he's got half a pocket at the top corner he's going to go for. Yeah, played it well. Perfect on the black. And this looks like game over, and we will be doing an interview. Yeah, great stuff. Convincing win from Luke Stoneham. That was good stuff from him. Did what he needed to do. Steve really just couldn't get himself into the game. We'll be interviewing Luke within the next few minutes, so stick around with us and listen to his the winner's interview. We'll be back with you in just a couple minutes. So here we are. This is Beer Productions, and we've just watched Luke Stoneham win, and I'm with the winner, Luke. How are you doing, Luke? How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, it was all right. It was quite hot in here tonight. I don't think either of us played particularly amazing. It was a bit of a grinding game, but yeah, my sole purpose tonight was to get over the line, and if it wasn't pretty, then apologies, but you know, that's not.
But I mean, it's like I said during the stream, it's difficult to play under these circumstances. Did you find that a factor? I mean, it's quite an oppressive atmosphere. We've got all these cameras in front of us. Did that factor in any way?
No, I've had the cameras before, like on a different stream, and I think it was the pace of the game that I struggled with.
Yeah.
Steve and I off the table, you know, we got on quite well after I played him in the first match, so there's no issues with him as such, but his game is very slow.
Yeah.
And when I was getting to the table, I was really quite struggling with my momentum. So I think that was a big factor, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, you already mentioned the heat. I mean, it's really
hot in here.
It's a humid atmosphere now. I could see both of you keep drying your hands. I mean, was that having a factor, the kind of damp hands and just feeling hot, I guess? I mean,
yeah, but it's not an excuse. I mean, you know, Steve and I aren't the standout players in pool that you'll probably see on Beard TV, but you know, it was nice to play on it. Although I've got a win, it wasn't an amazing performance, but actually I'm quite pleased the way that I disciplined myself when a lot of frames went very scrappy. I look back and I missed a few balls, but I didn't miss many when they were on. But the balls just went messy all the time. So I just tried to sort of hang in there really, and just try and get over the line.
Yeah, I mean, early doors you came out flying. I mean, you seemed to be really flowing in your game, and Steve was kind of struggling to get going. I mean, those early frames had a big factor.
Yeah, the pace again. I mean, it sort of slowed me down quite a lot, put me into a safety game, and the mistake that I've made before in previous games is trying to attack, you know, not just for a camera, just because that's naturally the way I'd want to play pool. But tonight again was just about, you know, whatever it took really, just to, you know, doesn't have to be pretty, just, you know, get the result, and you know, it's fairly convincing, so I'm quite pleased.
Yeah, and one for your lads as well. They'll be, if they weren't watching the stream so far, they'll certainly be watching the replay. So one for Josh and Jack.
Yeah, they've smashed it. They've literally just called me. My little boy, he should be in bed, but hello to Josh and Jack. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm sure you'll get a few quid off Dad.
And what about now? I mean, I mentioned on the stream, recently got on the England side, so really exciting times for you. Going to Killarney. I mean, what's the format over there? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think for me it's I probably wasn't taking pool very seriously as an average, not a bad snooker player coming to pool, and there's a lot to learn in this game. You know, it's not just about ball striking or cueing. It's a different cueing. The angles are different. I was pleased with a few angle shots that I played tonight. I was quite chuffed with those. That thing that sort of tore me away, you know, and gave me a little bit of a lead. But yeah, there's a lot to learn. I've got the England opportunity that I've obviously earned via a trial, and yeah, it'd be fantastic to be involved with, you know, some proper, like, decent players. Yeah.
Any designs on another money match? I know I was messaged before the game by Dan Chanter saying he'd like to challenge you to a match if you won tonight. I mean, is there any more interest in matches from here in, or are you just going to sort of focus on your England game now?
Yeah, I've got England in a couple of months, and it's not relevant to pool, but I'm quite busy with my work, and that's got to come first at the minute, and I'll have a game probably after that.
Yeah.
But I think where I've been stupid before is I've rushed into games and not prepared, and I won't be doing that again. Do you know what I mean? If I play, then I I'll give a good account of myself.
Yeah.
So.
Well, really well played tonight. It was good viewing. I mean, we love watching live pool.
It wasn't.
Sometimes it was a bit sticky, but that's fine. I mean, they can't all be pretty matches, so it was good. You played some great pool, and you got the job done. So well played.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amateur pool at the end of the day, isn't it? It's not the breakfast club at my level, but yeah, I'm pleased that I disciplined myself and just got a good result. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Did the job. Thanks a lot. Cheers, Luke. All the best.